Check. right, everybody. While some folders are being handed out, we're going to start to get started. Thank you for being here. This is an important study for all of us. We're all going to learn something from this, no matter if we're struggling now with grief or with seeing grief coming in the future or seeing someone in our lives who struggles with grief. We're all going to learn something here, and I'm glad that you're here. It's early, and I think our speakers understand that, and you understand that. But we're nonetheless glad that you're here. We have with us Brother Matt Collins and Colton Shannon with us today. They each respectively have foundations where they do this all the time. They work with people who are struggling, and they give people encouragement and tips for how to handle things in their life. They both have unique experiences with grief, which will help them and qualifies them to talk to us today to help guide us through some of these things. The two foundations, Matt works with the Magnolia Foundation, and Matt will tell you a little bit about that, I'm sure, as he begins. And Colton's with Voices of the Heart. Colton's a licensed counselor, and so he is. We have our licensed counselor here, and John, I'm sure has a lot in common with Colton, and they're going to do a great job today. I'm confident of that, and so I'd ask you to be honest, be genuine, be open, be vulnerable this morning. That'll help you grow the most, and it'll help you connect with the stories that are told and the information that's presented. So I'll hand it over to Matt. You going to start with us? Okay. While he's handing out some folders. If you need a folder, raise your hand.
Colton. There. You good?
Well, we're going to make coffee, so we're going to be good. You got it?
Okay. Hey, thank you for being here. Just a little background and a little bit what I do, and then I'll say a prayer, and then Colton will talk to us for a second. My name is Matt Collins. I live in Cookeville, Tennessee, which is really near the campus of Tennessee Tech University. If you know anything about Tennessee, go Nashville to Knoxville, go in the middle, that's Cookeville. So that's where I live. Been there for for a little while now. I run a nonprofit organization called the Magnolia Foundation. We'll speak more about that later. But what we do is we serve families who have lost children. And so if there's a family that's lost a child from birth to age 18, then we help that family with funeral expenses, access to counseling for the parents and appropriate siblings. And then we do something what we call commemorative care, which is we help honor that family and that child by sending gifts to the family on their child's birthday, anniversary of loss, Mother's Day, Father's Day, and Christmas. And so that's who we are. There's a personal connection to that, which I'll share about in a little bit. Colton will say more about himself in a second, and we'll get started. Before he does that, let's have a prayer together, and then we'll begin. Lord, I'm thankful to be here this morning, thankful to be in your presence. And Lord, I ask that you would work in our hearts today, that we would see you for who you are. A good God, a kind God, one who loves us and surrounds us with love. Help us to see that and to feel all that we need to feel in the midst of pain and sorrow. Lord, thank you for the opportunity that we have today to lean more into that. It's through Christ we pray. Amen.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Colton Shannon. I have a counseling practice in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, which is a little bit south of Nashville and east. And Matt and I grew up together in Mount Juliet, so we're going to work hard to not say anything rude to each other. That is our agreement. But it's going to be profoundly difficult for both of us to do that. We've known each other since fourth grade, and been very good friends since fourth grade. So this is really fun for us, just personally. You know, we get to drive up here together, abandon our wives to our children, and eat a good meal, and then drive home. So it's fun for us, and we're really grateful that y'all have asked us to come, and hope this is a meaningful morning for you. So, a little bit about me. I'm married to Rachel and have 3 kids. My oldest is 11, and 8, and 6. So that's where we are in life, and we really enjoy. We moved to Murfreesboro in 2020, so we're really enjoying it there, and I like my work a lot. So, I have a question for you guys that I'd like to hear some answers to, if you're willing. Okay. One of our fears with forming up a lament workshop on a Saturday morning is like, is this too sad? It's like, is anybody going to come to this? We kind of thought about naming it different things. We went through different titles to kind of make it more inviting, but we did settle on lament because that's what we will talk about a lot today. So I'm curious from you guys, what drew you to this workshop today about lament? What within you makes you want to come talk about sadness for a few hours on a Saturday morning? You could be doing a lot of other more fun things than this. And so I'm wondering what's going on within you to bring you here. What's the energy? Okay? Anybody want to? We will be talking today. We're in pews. But I'm not afraid to make a new front row here. I'm after it. So, what brings you here this morning? Yes, ma'am.
Two things with me. We were gently browbeaten by our elders.
Okay. I love that. Yes.
And secondly, in the work that I do, and a lot of people don't know what that is, people are grieving losses of relationships, not so much death, but
Okay.
and need help. And a lot of times it's more help than I know how to give them.
Yeah.
So I figure I can learn something. I can always learn something.
Oh, yes. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for your input and that you were browbeaten to be here. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Hey.
I lost my wife about July 22, and I still, to this day, still struggle through that. Less so now than last year, and then less so then than the year before, but still, it's,
Yes. Yes.
that's what draws.
Yes. Okay.
If ever going to completely, but I don't think so. But
I don't either. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah? Hey.
We're called to equip ourselves. If we're going to rejoice over the ones that rejoice, weep with the ones that weep, we should do it in a Christian manner. We need to
Well
equip
said.
ourselves
Yeah.
to do that, to be
Yes.
ready, that,
Yes.
but we
Oh, good
also
idea.
lost-
You have a mic now. Welcome to the party. Yeah.
But we're called to equip ourselves. So if we're going to rejoice, then we rejoice, and we weep. We need to help those that weep.
Yes.
So this will help us equip ourselves to be
Thank
better.
you. Yes. Absolutely. That's one of our hopes for the morning, is to equip, for sure. Anyone else like to make this guy run around? Yes. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I will do that. Yes, you can. If you don't want a mic, you can talk. Yeah, and I'll paraphrase. I'm good at that. I do that all day. Yes? We'll do both, okay.
So as you see, I have my children here too.
Yes.
I believe that grief and sadness and all those emotions are things that we have to deal with in this world, and to be able to put on our armor and learn how to deal with it from a biblical perspective is a skill and a tool that will serve all of us well in the future.
Oh, yes. Very good. Yeah, no one gets to live a long enough life and not have to face their own grief and pain. So yes, to have your children here, I think, is really meaningful. And thank you for bringing them. Do what? Oh, they'll behave. I'm sure of it. They look like behaviors. Yeah. Anyone else like to share? You don't have to. Yes. Good, good. Very glad you're here. Very glad you're here. Just, if you didn't hear, just barely went into your life story. A lot of pain. So hopefully this can help. Good. Thank you.
So my very wise wife told me a long time ago, there are two types of people, ones that have been through the storm and those that are about to go through the storm. And there's been times in our life where we've been through a lot of storms and, just trying to learn how to really deal with that and help other people that are going to go through that, because until you've been through it, you don't really know what it means. And also I heard Matt's story a long time ago and I was so touched by him and his wife and how they've dealt with their story. So I wanted to just learn more about that.
Thank you. Thank you. Very true. Very true. Okay. It's a good group. Thank you for sharing. I do believe that we'll talk about this later, but there's a small print, the terms of life, at the bottom of the whatever you're buying. And it's that life is tragic and God is faithful. And no one gets around that. No human gets around that. So we're both very aware of you humans come into the room with pain of varying degrees and various kinds. And today we want to honor your pain. So that's one of the main reasons we're here. Thank you for sharing.
So, like Colton said, all of us are sitting in this space with our own unique lives and our own unique moments and really lives that have grief involved in them, right? And so my story is not unlike many of your stories in terms of I have grief and live with it every day. I have 3 daughters. Hattie Jo is my oldest. My middle daughter, her name is Lainey. And my youngest daughter, her name is Davie, D-A-V-I-E. People get confused when they first meet her because they think we've named our daughter David, and we haven't done that. But, it's Davie. And love all of my girls. Hattie's my oldest. This year in September would be her 10th birthday. Lainey is 6. She'll be 7 in March. And then my youngest, Davie, in September, she'll be 4. A little over 5 years ago, in March of 2020, we lost Hattie. And she was 4.5. And so if that's okay, I'd like to share with you a little bit about that experience this morning, what happened, and really what it was like in those moments. And then I'm going to share a couple of, throughout our day-to-day, really my role, I'm going to share a couple of things with you that have been encouragements to me in Scripture. And Colton will share some of that, but a lot about our feelings and how our brain processes grief and loss and things like that. And so kind of a couple of different perspectives for you today. March the 3rd of 2020 it was a Tuesday morning, somewhere between 1:45 and 2 a.m. Hattie, at the time we had Hattie, who was 4.5. We had Lainey, my middle child, who was 2 days shy of being 1. So her birthday's March the 5th. Our youngest, Davy, not David, remember, Davy, she wasn't born yet. Somewhere in, between 1:45 and 2 a.m., my wife, her phone went off with an alert for a tornado warning in our town in Cookville. And Hattie, every night she slept with us. If there are doctors in the room, sorry, but we would lie to the pediatrician. We go to the doctor, and yes, we're not co-sleeping, but we are. And so every night we really tried when she turned 3-ish to get her in her bed. And so we did that for a while, and then she'd always just wake up and come get in our bed. And so you just don't fight it, right? You got to sleep. And so Hattie was in our bed like she was every night. And so Macy's phone went off, said that there was a tornado warning. My first instinct was to turn the TV on to kind of see what was going on. Turn the TV on, immediately find out. They say, if you're near Upperman High School in Cookville, you need to take cover. Well, that's less than 2 miles from our house. And so I grabbed Hattie out of our bed, and my wife ran down the hall to Lainey, who was in her crib, was just a great sleeper. And so she was in her crib asleep. And so I had Hattie, my wife grabbed Lainey, and by the time we got to each other, we were in the hallway of our home when an F4 tornado hit our house. We weren't able to make it to any room. Frankly, I don't know that it would have mattered. Everything it's what you would see on TV, right? A total loss. We lost every possession that we had ever owned. And in the midst of that, we lost Hattie. The storm hit. I remember a lot of things about that experience very vividly. And there are several things that I have no memory or no recollection of. I remember when the storm hit, holding Hattie and my wife holding Lainey. And the sound that I heard when it was initially getting to our house, I remember that vividly. I remember telling Macy to hold on. It's here, is what I said. And then seconds, minutes, mere moments, I don't know, but some time later, I can hear this in my mind, but I can't see this moment in my mind's eye. I remember just yelling Hattie's name over and over and over again. She was still in my arms, but I had no response. I can hear Lainey's cries and Macy's cries, and so somewhere inside of me, I knew that they were okay. I just heard them, and I couldn't hear Hattie respond. There are several moments after this that I don't have any recollection of, but our neighbors heard my screams, and they came over and they found all four of us together in rubble. They picked us up, they got our girls from us, and they got them to some people who put them in a truck and drove them. The paramedics could not even get into our street. And so they drove over rubble to get to the main road, to where the paramedics were. And they took us across the street and carried us to a house that was still standing. I mean, from me to that back door was a house that was still standing, and our house was totally destroyed. That's just how storms work. And so we were in there. I can remember seeing, kind of coming to at some point and seeing Macy on the couch across from me, blood just pouring out of her face. I was yelling for my girls to whoever's house we were in. Where are my girls? Where are my girls? Where are my girls? Somewhere inside of me, the whole day, I just knew. We got to the hospital. They had life-flighted Lainey to Vanderbilt Children's Hospital in Nashville. Macy and I were at the Cookville Hospital, and they would come in during the day, and they would say, "You're Matt Collins, right?" "Yes." "You're Macy's husband, right?" "We were not in the same room." "Yes." "You're Laney's dad." "Yes." But they never mentioned Hattie's name. And I just knew. We found out later that they never brought her to the hospital. And I'll never forget the moment when my father-in-law and my father came into the room where they had put me and Macy together at this point. This was later in the evening. And when they came in to tell us that they had left, we didn't know that they had left, but they had left the hospital to go identify Hattie. And when they came back to tell us what we already knew, it was horrible. It was horrible. Those moments, they're just burned into you. Changed the entire course of our life. Just the sounds that came out of the hospital room, I can't describe. That's what happened a little over 5 years ago. When I think about what it was like, I don't know what your experience is with grief. What has happened to you, or what it's been like for you. For me, it was really sad. Still am really sad. Some people are really angry. That has not been my experience. And that's okay. If you're angry, that's okay. That wasn't my experience. It was really sad. Personally, because of the situation of how we lost Hattie, I had less today than I did in the immediate aftermath, but I've experienced a lot of guilt because I was holding Hattie. You know, I have run through scenarios in my mind of how I was holding her. If I had been holding her differently. And so for me, sadness and guilt have been really a big flood in my life. When 5 years have gone by, a little over now, and I'm still sad. You know, I still think about how I was holding her. I don't expect that will ever change. I had one time a friend tell me really early on that their experience with grief was like a big box fan that you put on a table in front of you, and some days it feels like it's turned on to the highest degree and it's right in your face and you can't breathe because it's the wind is blowing so powerfully, and some days it feels like it's like on the back wall and you can breathe and function and move about your day, but you still feel the fan. And that, in my experience, has seemed to be true. I don't know what yours is, but it has seemed to be true for me. I want to show you a picture of Hattie. This is her when Lainey was just born. If you can't tell, she was just born. That wasn't in the hospital, but it wasn't far removed from the hospital. There's a book, if you're a note taker, that I have read that I tell people it was beneficial to me. It's called "It's Okay, You're Not Okay." Megan Devine wrote it. You may have heard of her, but this is one of the things that she says multiple times. You can't fix everything, right? And there are some things you can't fix, but can only be carried. Other than my feelings of sadness and guilt, which really, permeated a lot. My experience, I don't know if you have had this experience, in the immediate aftermath, it felt like reality was suspended. Do you know what I mean when I say that? I knew what had happened to Hattie, and yet I still was waiting for her to show up. Do you know? I knew in my mind, like, they've told me this, we've done this whole thing, and still you just expect for that not to be the case. I really had, for a pretty good while, some serious, like, I would call it like a fog, like a brain fog. I would forget things a lot, forget words, like in the middle of a sentence, I would just forget what I was saying, or like I couldn't tell you what a pew was called. I would sit here and say, we're going to sit down on this. I don't know what this is, but I know what this is, Some of that, I don't know if you can relate to that. That was my experience. Would forget words and kind of forget things. It was never like I forgot where I am, but it was like, I know this is a pew, but I just can't say the word pew right now. Just a lot of just confusion and fog, after with some of that stuff. That was what it was like for me. Really sad. A lot of feelings of guilt. A lot of fogginess and just suspended reality. That was my especially immediate experience. I don't know if that hits for you or not in your walk with grief, but that was mine. And has been mine and is mine. There's a couple of biblical passages that, for me, have been really beneficial since the storm, that I see in new ways. After you experience something like we have experienced, and what I imagine many of you experienced, you don't see things the same way anymore. The Bible is different, interactions are different, people are different, relationships are different. Hopefully, you experience things with some more gratitude, and we'll talk about that later. But you just see things differently. What we do now, what I do now professionally, prior to the Magnolia Foundation, I was in ministry, and so that was really, really hard to come back. And I did 4-ish more years of ministry, and it was really hard. It was really hard. I looked for ways out. I mean, Colton could tell you, we talked. I mean, I looked for could I do anything to not do ministry? I really struggled with that. And so what we do now is we walk with people who have shared similar losses to us, people who've lost children. And there's when people find out that I did ministry and that I'm still a believer after all of this, there are certainly conversations that we get to have with families that are really hard and hopefully good. But there's a question that probably you have thought about or asked, that I have certainly thought about and asked, and that families that we interact with think about and ask, is God fair? And I think, I don't know how I would have answered 6 years ago. I probably would have said yes. I don't know. It's hard for me to go back in my mind and think about what I would have said, in a different life experience. But this is a question that many of us, I think, probably have either wrestled to the ground, or if you haven't, I think you should, And I don't know, probably 2-3 years ago, I was reading in Matthew, and there's a story in Matthew 20 that just hit me in a kind of a brand new way. And I just want to share that with you for a minute. And then I want to circle back around to a couple of things just in our life that have been meaningful to us in regards to Hattie's loss. But in in Matthew 20, there's a story that Jesus tells about the kingdom. It's a parable of the kingdom of heaven. And for people who are coming to God with this kind of question, like, are you fair? Are you good? Are you kind? This is my circumstance, and so it doesn't feel fair, good, or kind, right? So what do we do with that? We're kind of struggling to reconcile, like, who we thought God was with what's going on right now. Does that make sense? And I think this is probably a fairly, whether you're a believer or not, if you are introduced to the idea of a God, and your circumstance is terrible, then how do you reconcile those two things? If God is good, if God is kind, if God is for me, I just lost my daughter in an F4 tornado. Those two things don't seem to go together. Does that make sense? And so you can relate to some of that. Matthew 20 has just been really helpful to me. And so hopefully it can be helpful to you. I'm going to read the parable pretty quickly, and then I'll paraphrase a few things that are kind of highlights to me. But Jesus says this: for the kingdom of heaven is like, so that's important, right? It's the kingdom of heaven, but it's like this. It's a present tense thing, okay? The kingdom of heaven is where God rules and God's people dwell. So we're here. This is here, okay? The kingdom of heaven is like a master of a house who went out early in the morning to hire laborers for his vineyard. After agreeing with the laborers for a denarius a day, he sent them into his vineyard. And going out about the third hour, he saw others standing idle in the marketplace. And he said to them, you go into the vineyard too. Whatever is right, I'll give you. So they went. Going out again about the 6th hour, and the 9th hour he did the same. And about the 11th hour he went out and found others standing. And he said to them, why do you stand here idle all day? They said, because no one's hired us. He said to them, you go to the vineyard too. When the evening came, the owner of the vineyard said to his foreman, call the laborers and pay them their wages, beginning with the last up to the first. And when those hired about the 11th hour came, each of them received a denarius. Now when those hired first came, they thought they would receive more, but each of them also received a denarius. And on receiving it, they grumbled at the master of the house, saying, these last worked only 1 hour, and you have made them equal to us, who have borne the burden of the day in the scorching heat. But he replied to them, friend, I'm doing you no wrong. Did you not agree with me for a denarius? Take what belongs to you and go. I choose to give this last worker as I give to you. Am I not allowed to do what I choose with what belongs to me, or do you begrudge my generosity? Okay, it's a story of Jesus. He tells this parable, and you've got a guy who is looking for some day laborers, okay? And so what would happen is you've got a bunch of people who don't have jobs that would go to the marketplace, and they would kind of stand in a spot. People would come through. They would evaluate who these people were standing in front of them. They would choose who they wanted to choose to come and work for them that day. Does that make sense? And so they did this, and you can imagine if you are the master, if you're the person who's hiring, okay, you want to get there early, right? Because you want the pick of who's there. You want the best of who's there. And so they would show up and they would evaluate who's there. They'd pick the best ones. They'd go on their way. So this master did this at the beginning of the day. He shows up. He sees who's there waiting for a job, and he picks the best, we assume. Okay? But he picks people. We assume he picks the best. And so he does that. They go back and they work, and he realizes he needs more help, right? So he goes back, and then he goes back, and then he goes back, and then he goes back, okay? And by the end of the day, he goes back. It's the 11th hour. There's 1 hour left in the day to work, right? He goes back, and he hires people who have been standing there, what we are, led to believe is all day long, okay? And he hires them, and he brings them back, and they work. At the end of the day, after everybody's worked, varying lengths of time, varying degrees of difficulty, right? He pays them all the same. Now, I don't know what I did with this passage before March started 2020. I have no idea what I did with it, okay? I don't remember that part of my life. But is it interesting to anybody else that the people that are here that have worked all day get paid the same as the people who have worked for 1 hour? Does that strike anybody else in this room? Okay. What would we say about that? That's not what? It's not fair. It's not. Okay? The beginning of this parable starts with Jesus saying, the kingdom of heaven is like this. And then he tells this story of a man who hires people all day long. Some people work all day. Some people have harder jobs. They're in the heat, right? Some people work for an hour. Some people probably do nothing. And he pays them all the same. And we would say that's not fair because it's not fair, right? It's not. If you have any experience working any amount of time, okay, and you were the first person picked, would you be frustrated at that? Absolutely, right? If you're the last person picked, would you be pumped about that? Absolutely, right? But it's not fair. And it just hit me. I mean, just hit me. At some point in time, a few years ago, is it possible that all of my life I have wanted in some ways or expected in some ways that if I do things good enough and work hard enough and I show up early enough and I'm baptized when I'm 8 years old, right? That if I do all of these things, that I'm going to be rewarded for my longevity, my faithfulness, my do-goodedness, right? Is it possible that maybe I've had a perception of who God is that's not true? Is it possible that God's not fair? And when people ask me the question now, when I talk to families who have lost children, my answer when they say, is God fair? My answer all the time is no. He's not. I think 12-year-old Matt sitting in the church pews would have been like, you can't say that about God, you know? And the Matt that's standing here before you right now still feels guilty for saying that about God. But he's not fair. He's not. The kingdom of heaven is like this, Jesus says. A place that's governed by his kindness, not his fairness. What I notice in Matthew 20 is that to varying degrees, every single worker, everyone experienced the kindness of the master. You have people who are out front in the marketplace waiting for a job. Whether they were picked first, whether they were picked last, all of them had one thing in common. They didn't have a what? A job. They shared a common need, right? Every person in that marketplace had a common need. They had no job. There was no purpose. There was no provision. What's now? What's next? We don't know, right? All of them were in need. And all of them had their needs met by the master, did they not? Everyone. I think we call that kindness. Whether you picked first, whether you picked last, each one of those workers experienced kindness. Not fairness. They're not the same thing. All of us, every single one of us, whether we are in circumstances in life that are not fair, because they're not, or whether we're in circumstances that we think are to our benefit, every one of us has moments, if we look for them enough, where we've experienced the master's kindness. Every one of us. And so when Jesus says in Matthew 20 that the kingdom of heaven is like this, I think what he's talking about, it's a space where the master is kind. He's not fair, but he's kind. And I think the 12-year-old version of me would, if I was actually listening, unlikely. That's true. Yeah, you were sitting beside me, so I think I would struggle a lot with that. And I've talked to a lot of people who are a lot older than 12 who I think struggle a lot with that. I'm convicted that the way that we view who God is incredibly important for how we're going to be able to handle the hard things in our life. If I see God as someone who blesses me for the things that I do good, who has shown up from the beginning, who has done all of this stuff, who spent time in ministry, right? And so God's going to reward me for those things. And when things happen that are totally out of my control, that I can't micromanage, that hurt, that's a hard conversation to have with the Lord, right? Can't you see, don't you see what I've done and who I am? But maybe for a long time, I didn't see God for who he was. And I think a lot of people probably don't. He's not fair, but he's really kind. The Lord is very kind. He's very good. Even in circumstances that we hate and that hurt and that are sad and that leave us in a wreckage of a life and that we feel guilty for. He's still really kind. And he's still really good. Because he meets the needs of his people when they have those needs. He didn't do preventative maintenance for us, right? He didn't stop the storm. Could he have? Sure, right? Do I wish he did? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I can tell you, in the needs that we have had, in the depths of our grief, the Lord in his kindness has met us in those needs. And I believe with all of my heart that the Lord in his kindness meets you in your needs as well. We like maybe to think that we want God to be fair because we go to church. So it seems like we should be the recipients of goodness and kindness and love because we're doing good things. We don't actually want fairness, When we seek fairness, it actually undermines God's kindness and God's grace because it cultivates a really, really strong spirit of pride. Does that make sense? We don't want fairness. We don't, right? Because we haven't actually earned anything good. So is God fair? No, he's not. And we thank God that he's not fair, right? But he's kind. He is so kind. And he's really good. I want to share just a couple of experiences for my family in the immediate pre and post storm where we have seen God's kindness just stick out to us in tremendous ways and really in ways that we have really needed. March the 3rd was the day of the storm. March the 2nd was Monday night. Our bedtime routine was one of us would get Lainey to sleep in her crib, and the other would get Hattie to go to sleep in her bed, inevitably for her to walk into our bed a couple hours later, And so on March the 2nd, Monday night, I was with Lainey. I had a much easier job. And I just laid her in the crib and left. And so it was great, And so she, she went to sleep. Macy was with Hattie on this night. And so kind of the way that we did bedtime, if you have kids or if you had kids when they were younger, I don't know how your bedtime routine worked, but ours was we would lay in bed with her. We read her every book, that we had. And then sing we sang mostly VBS songs, okay? So we would sing songs to her, and then we would fake close our eyes. We actually would close our eyes, but fake going to sleep, and then in hopes that she would fall asleep, and then, kind of roll out of bed like she can't feel you, and then get out. More times than not, we just fell asleep in the twin bed with her, you know. And so this particular night, Macy was back there. She had read all the books. She had sung all the songs. Hattie wasn't going to sleep. So Macy closed her eyes, and she's not going to sleep. The next day was a Tuesday, and so she was telling Hattie, like, you need to go to sleep. The next day was a school day, Mother's Day out, so it was school. You know, it's really, you got to get there and be sharp, you know. And so she told her, you know, you need to go sleep. It's late. You need to go sleep. And she wouldn't do it. Was not doing it. So she's just laying there. And so Macy stops talking to her, and she just lays, you know. And at some point, Hattie kind of alerts Macy, like hits her, says something to her, but she said, you know, she can't sleep. And she said, Mommy, I can see Jesus. And Macy, this was not a common phrase that we use in our house. I don't know what your houses are like. You know, maybe your house is different than mine, but not something that we said ever before. And so she says she can see Jesus, and Macy is like, what? What do you mean? And she said, Mommy, I can see Jesus. And she said, tell me what you're looking at. What do you see? What's going on? And she said, I can see him, and he's wearing all white. And that was the last thing Hattie ever said. And she just closed her eyes and went to sleep. And she woke up a couple hours later and walked in, got in our bed. That has been such a gift to us. I remember when Macy told me when she came back, after she fell asleep, Hattie just said this, and we're like, what? You know? That's weird. That has been such a gift to us that she said that. We believe her. We believe that she saw the Lord and the Lord had her. He took care of her, and that she went from my arms to his. We believe her. But the Lord in his kindness gave us a gift. And we thank him for that. A couple days before the storm, Macy was driving around Cookeville, and she had Hattie and Laney with her. And Hattie was, not uncommon to ask questions. She was 4, you know. And so she asked Macy as they were driving if she could see a magnolia tree. And wherever they were, Macy told her, hey, I'll show you one, but there's not one here right now, but when we get a chance, I'll show you a magnolia tree. It was kind of a weird question, so she remembered it because where we lived, we lived in a very basic neighborhood. We didn't have a single tree in our yard. And so just how do you even know about trees, and so she asked about a magnolia tree, and she thought that was kind of weird and whatever. So she said, yeah, I'll show you one when I get a chance. And a couple of days later, the storm hits, and she never had the opportunity, to show her a magnolia tree. That wasn't the first thing on our minds, obviously, but that conversation she just remembered. And so, in the midst of Hattie's loss, people from all over the country were kind to us, and we have boxes and boxes of cards and letters people wrote to our family and things like that. Somebody who we have never met in Chattanooga donated 4 burial plots to our family in a cemetery in Cookeville. It was their family's plots. They had moved and they kept them, but they weren't going to come back, and so they gave them to us. And so while we were in the hospital, we had some friends that knew that had happened, and we did not. And so they went to the funeral home, and they were going to work out all the details for how to get those plots in our name. And so they went and saw these 4 plots, and they didn't like where they were. They were across the street, and there was this dog that was barking at them the whole time they were there. And so they were like, we don't want that to be where they come and visit. And so they asked if they could trade these 4 plots into the funeral home and get 4 more, which I didn't know that you could do that. And if you don't know, then now you do, you know. But they traded these 4 in, and they gave us 4 more, and they got to pick a different location. And so they found these 4 spots, and they thought it seemed better for us. We have no idea any of this is happening. And so the first time that we went to the grave was the day of the burial. So we had her service at our church, and we drive out to the cemetery. And Macy's dad is driving, Mom's in the front seat, and Macy and I were sitting behind her. And as we pull up, if you've been to a graveside service, and you look for the tent, right? And so we kind of go in that direction, and the first thing that Macy notices is there's this giant magnolia tree right next to Hattie's grave. And we hadn't shared that story with our friends. Nobody knew. It was we just knew. And we showed up, and there was this big magnolia tree. And it's first thing Macy noticed, she kind of squeezes my hand and she points that out to me. In fact, there are 4 magnolia trees right in the area of where those plots are. And we have held on to that from the moment that she saw that tree. We believe in God's kindness, that He put a magnolia tree right where we needed it. And so we just hung on to that. A magnolia to us represents Hattie. We built a new house in a different location, and we planted a magnolia tree in the front yard. Our daughter, Davy, not David, you won't forget that, I bet. Davy, when she was born, her middle name is Magnolia, after her sister. And when we wanted to help families who've lost kids, we wanted to name it after Hattie. And so we named it the Magnolia Foundation. I could tell you a host of stories about God's kindness in our life. I could tell you a host of stories about the sadness that we've experienced. But I want you to know, even in the sadness, maybe especially in the sadness, God has still been kind to our family. He has still been good to our family. We wouldn't have chosen any of this. I don't suspect you would choose your grief either. But I do know the same way God's been kind to us, that He will be kind to you. I trust that. I believe it's who He is. Matthew 20 shows that to me. My life experience shows that to me just as much. That God is still kind, even in sadness and hurt. There's a lot of feelings and emotions that we have as we walk through grief. Colton's going to talk to us more about that. As you reflect on your own experiences and your own feelings, just my encouragement to you is to be honest with yourself, and to feel what you feel as you walk through it. You want a big button? Yep.
Okay, we're going to take a break in about 15 minutes. Okay, so if you can just hang in there for a little bit longer. Well, I invite you to breathe too. Don't forget to breathe. Thank you for sharing. So this is a feelings chart that I'm putting in front of you, okay? This is a chart that I use every day to help people who are going through grief or anything, addiction, depression, whatever it is. And this is formulated as a philosophy called the spiritual root system by my mentor, Dr. Chip Dodd, who I work with every day. So I actually brought a few of his books here. If this kind of philosophy engages with you well, you can come buy a book up here if you want to. Thank you. Thank you, Bart. So if I work under the basic assumption that God made us primarily spiritual and emotional beings that pick up the ability to think about our life as we age, okay? If you think about a child, when they come out of the womb, what are they doing? Hopefully they're crying out. Hopefully they're reaching out in need with their biological basic assumption that if they keep crying out and reaching out, they'll be able to take in what they need, which is a basic definition of spirituality. My ability to take in from the outside world, reach out and take in what's good for me. And as Christians, we believe that that comes through Christ and our people here, So primarily we're spiritual and emotional beings. Now, I don't like that makeup, to be frank. I would much rather not have feelings. Feelings are painful. And I've worked a lot of years to get smart enough, tough enough, work hard enough, get moral enough to where I didn't have feelings about my actual life. And I got to tell you, I ran out of steam pretty quickly. A lot of people are far tougher than I am. But it's something that I found I just could not outrun, is what I was feeling about my life. And we know from neuroscience that our right limbic brain, where we do a lot of our feelings experience, is literally always feeling. In other words, you are always having feelings all the time about your life, if you're a human. Now, if you're not a human, you get a pass, okay? But if you are of the human species, then you are having feelings about your life all the time. In fact, our right brain operates at 6 times the speed of our left, which is where we do more rational and logical and planning. And, some of you guys like lists, and you very left brain people freak me out a little bit. But that's our more left front brain functioning. So, in other words, we're having feelings at such a capacity and at such a rate that our left brain can't jump over and label it all in the moment, which is why sometimes we feel overwhelmed and we may not know why, or you feel mad and you may not know why, or like why public speaking is so scary because I just can't collect all the data points and figure out what's going on with each one of y'all's faces, So it's that's why we have fear with speaking or fear with big crowds or, whatever it is. We're experiencing so much at a heart-to-heart level that we can't name it all. And if I can't put a name to it, there's possible danger in this room. Who's against this, who's for me, who's not with me, all those things that we walk around with, even with our children. Do you like me? Wow, you do still like me. I'm shocked. It's our children are a redemptive force in our life, especially when they're little. So we're always having feelings, and feelings are a doorway that opens us up into what we're needing. We're having feelings about our life because we're made in the image of God. God has feelings, you have feelings. If you did not have feelings, you would be dead. Because, let me give you an example. Have you ever been driving down the interstate or highway and you've moved into a different lane before you realize what you were moving away from? All of us have probably had that, like, I'm moving and I don't even know why I'm moving, and then we look over and there's a car coming towards us in our lane. Everybody's done that before. Well, that's fear. And fear is a feeling that it puts us in motion away from danger. Or an emotion is energy in motion. So it moves us. It compels us to move so we stay alive. If we actually had to think about all the decisions we were making while we were driving, we'd be dead. All of us would be dead. Feelings are far faster than thoughts. So feelings actually keep us alive. Feelings are, I believe, God's way of helping us survive in a very tragic and broken world, helping us to live fully, even though we experience loss, because we're always feeling. Okay, so in this chart, the middle part is just of 8 core feelings that we have. Now, these are notes, like there's only a few notes, but you can mix and match them and make symphonies. We haven't found the end of all the songs we can make with a few basic notes. We haven't found the end of the art we can create with a few basic colors. And I believe there's just a few basic feelings that we have. And when we mix and match these feelings, we get symphonies. We get really sophisticated about our emotional inner world. And we feel a lot of different things sometimes at the same time. So these are very basic, but when they're mixed and matched, that's what makes the human experience, and we can feel our life instead of just think about our life. So let's take, let's just take fear, since we've already talked about fear. Fear is a feeling that God gives us that enlightens us to danger. If there's danger in the environment, even possibly danger, I'm going to feel some level of fear. And that's a good thing, because fear is a reach out feeling. Like, I need help. Anybody need help in here? I need help. I can't do this on my own. I'm a limited human being. I'm gifted, but man, I've got limits. And I can't do it all on my own. So who here, you don't have to raise your hand, but just consider, who here struggles with asking for help? Probably, no pointing. Probably all of us in here struggle with asking for help. That's a problem related to fear. It's scary to reach out for help. If I ask you for help and you're like, seriously? You need help with that? Really? That tells me a lot about you. It tells me you're weak. It tells me you're pathetic. It tells me you're not as tough as I am. I'll tell you that. That's a scary thing, to be emotionally rejected in that way. So fear oftentimes prevents us from reaching out. So God gives us the feeling to take it to him. God gives us the feeling of fear to take it to him, to be able to really, in a competent way over time, express my fear to God and to other men and other women who care about me. And actually, that leads to a rather full life and a thriving existence, even in the midst of loss and tragedy. The kindness of God can show up when we take our fear to him. And alternatively, the kindness of God cannot show up in your life or my life if we're not taking our fears to him, because he's got no room to work in pride. So fear is a really important feeling we have, and we've all experienced some level of anxiety or control issues, we might say. Rage is a big impairment, an emotional experience that we can live in when we don't know how to deal with our fear. Rage is a really scary experience for the person who's raging and the people in the room who are dealing with the rage. So we can have cold rages, where you're just kind of simmering. We can have hot rages where there's massive volcanic explosions. And that's a physiological reality anxiety is. When I'm so terrified that I've got to get terrified of the room. I become a terrorist in my rage. But the gift of fear is bringing it to God. We actually, this is an odd way of saying it, but a main ingredient of faith at a heart level is actually fear. If I didn't have fear about something, I wouldn't need faith because I got it. You know? Do you remember Indiana Jones when he was stepping over the canyon, the invisible path? That's faith. It's like, I really hope that there's an invisible rock right here that I can step on. Because if there's not, I'm toast over the canyon. But it turns out that he took the step of faith, even in the midst of his fear, which is a definition of courage. I'm afraid I'm going to take my next step. That's courage. And the stone or the pathway appears for me. And it was just, real life is just one foot in front of the other, which our children learn clumsily. But God is a lamp to our feet. He's not these new LED spotlights. He's not a spotlight to the whole path. It's just for today, one foot in front of the other. And emotionally healthy people know how to deal in the day-to-day, in the dirt, one day at a time, in other words. And fear is a main ingredient of that kind of full life. That I know what I'm afraid of. I'm thinking about what I'm afraid of. I'm turning my mind down to my heart, and I'm pondering, what's scary about that? Who can I tell? And what do I need? And over time, there's so much blessing in that. So feelings, I don't like them. I don't like them at all. But with patience and time, I've learned that if I'm aware of what I'm feeling, my life just keeps growing and getting bigger to the point where I'm really certain, unless I have a meltdown of a moral failure, which we're all capable of, that I'm going to die with a really fat life. That I'm going to have collected so many people that I love and that love me and that I care about, that people are going to be really, really sad at my funeral. Don't you want that? Don't you want people to miss you? Don't you want to have mattered to people? I do. I really do. And that goes beyond my work ethic, which I really value. It goes even beyond a moral framework, which I really value. It goes to my heart, the very core of who I am, that when I die, I want to have mattered to people. And I think you have that too, because we're pretty much the same human beings. Pretty much the same, us people. So those are feelings. And in the middle, sad, anger, fear, hurt, lonely, shame, guilt, glad. And if you look at the gift side, we can really collect a lot of blessings, like through intimacy. Into me, see, look inside me. I want to share what's going on with me. And I want to share the blessing of what God's doing within me to you. That's what Matt has given us today, is intimacy. Look inside of me. I want to tell you what happened to me. I want to tell you the story. And I want to tell you how God's working. And I'm pretty certain that you are going to leave here more blessed because Matt practiced intimacy with you. And that's what makes church exponentially impactful, is when we can share, look inside, let me share what God's doing in my life, even in the clumsiness of it, okay? So there are a few realities I want to leave you with. Life is tragic, God is faithful. Clumsy is as good as we got. There's no perfect humans, and our striving for the best or for perfection is just so ridiculous if you step back and consider. So clumsy is as good as we got. If you start sharing your feelings with people, I promise you it'll be clumsy. You know? And it takes a lifetime to learn how to live. It takes a whole entire lifetime to learn how to live on this earth really well, which is why I'm so excited to see people of all ages here, because we really can learn from each other, and we really do need each other, because you guys have things that I don't have, and vice versa. We need each other's presence within our life. So it takes a lifetime to learn how to live. In other words, we're just like giraffes on ice, just really making a mess of things. And it's kind of cute too. It's kind of like adorable to consider. But there's a lot of pain in that, a lot of hurt. There's a lot of need. There's a lot of fulfillment. There's got to be a lot of forgiveness, which is a gift of guilt, actually. If I don't have a good relationship with my guilt, then I will never need forgiveness from anyone, and it will always be everyone else's fault. Or it will always be my fault and never anyone else's fault, which is also a problem. So guilt's a huge feeling for us to consider. Okay, I tell you what, let's take a break for how long? We can do 15 minutes. Does that sound good? 15-minute break. And then we'll come back in here and talk some more together. Thank you. Okay, let's get going again. I have a little activity for everyone, and we'll do that about 11, if all goes as planned. And we'll do that. We'll take some time to do that. Then we'll come back in and talk about it for a moment. And then, you're my reminder. So I don't talk very loudly. And so when I'm speaking or teaching a class, Rachel is always like, so Bart is Rachel today. So we'll go to 11. We'll do this activity. It's just a writing assignment. And we'll come back in and talk about it for a moment. And then we'll have lunch. So that's the plan. Okay. This session is that life happens. All of life happens between sadness and gladness. All of life can be categorized and put on that spectrum between sadness and gladness. And before we move on from the feeling slide there, someone asked me a really good question. So the middle section, it says truth up there just because that's truly what we're feeling. It's not like an absolute truth. It's just, this is truly where I'm at right now with my life. So the middle section is feelings. The left side and right side are emotional expressions of those feelings. This is how we move about in the world. And so hurt, the gift of hurt is that it can move us, it can hurt so bad that we'll find repair for it. Physically, we understand that. But it's true emotionally as well, that if you've hurt me or I've hurt you, and we have a good enough relationship, we can talk about it and find real serious healing for the wounds of our past and the wounds in our present. So that's a gift in life, because if I'm walking around with some level of undealt with hurt, then I will be in resentment. That's just the only alternative there. I will be living in some kind of resentment, which means I'm rescinding stories about other people and how they've hurt me over and over and over and over and over in my mind. And that is a kind of misery that is hard to put into words, how miserable that kind of life is. So hurt actually leads to healing. If I can't deal with my hurt or don't know how, I will end up in some kind of resentment towards other people that I really do care about and love, or towards people that I don't care about and love. So the middle section is the feelings. It's that simple. And the right and left side are our emotional expressions of those feelings. So thank you for that question and helping me explain that in a better way, hopefully. So I want to give you a couple minutes here to just sit and write, or sit and what I call a country boy meditating. I just pick a spot on the wall and I stare at it, okay? So what are some experiences in your life that have caused you to be sad? So just think about that for a minute here. If we can sit in silence for a moment, okay? What are some experiences in your life that have caused you, at a feelings level, to be sad? Big or small? That's it. Okay, so we see a character there who's essentially, it's a lament, isn't it? Isn't this song like a really resentful lament? He's a man who lost the love of his life, and from that point forward refused grief. He refused to grieve it. And what happens in that setup is that every reminder of the person that we've lost or the dream that we've lost or the relationship that we've lost brings up a kind of rage and resentment within us. So grief is actually a physiological need that God gave us. Grief is an actual need. Just like food and water, grief is a need that humans have. When we lose something, we need to enter a season or a day, depending on what the loss is, of a kind of grief. And if I'm not getting that need met, then I'm starving, or I'm thirsty, or I'm not living fully, and I'm not thriving within the life that God has in front of me. Now, all that is, I believe, true, and at the same time, incredibly difficult at a day-to-day level. It's incredibly difficult to have enough faith and courage to deal with my sadness. So, Scrooge teaches us that every human has loss. That's a non-option with life. But not all humans decide to grieve. Every human has loss, but not all humans surrender to the process of grief. And so with this workshop, one of our main ideas here is, what does it feel like and look like for me to grieve well in the midst of my seasons of grief? And maybe even how can I prepare for that if I'm not in a season of grief? And then how can I help others? How can I be there with others who are in a season of grief? Because grief is coming and here, whether we like it or not. I actually met Ebenezer Scrooge. Believe it or not, I met him. I was working at a addiction treatment center for professionals, for physicians and lawyers and church leaders who were in some kind of addiction. And a guy comes in who's 83 years old, about to do a 90-day alcohol treatment program, inpatient, which I found utterly fascinating because why? You know, you're 83. This is going to be really hard. What are you doing this for? Well, so I asked him what his story was. So long story short, his story was that his wife died a couple years earlier. He was a very successful entrepreneur in Mississippi. And he had just absolutely decided to drink himself to death, which is possible quickly. And his daughters forcefully put him in the car and drove him over to our treatment center. As Chip says, one of his jokes, a man I work with, that we never had anyone volunteer to come into treatment. It was really, you know, and even still today, my number one referrals come from wives, pretty much. So, you know, non-voluntary is okay. So he was pretty much thrust out of his car and into our office. And that's what brought him in. And he was mean. He was mean as a snake. And I was younger than I am now. And I was scared because he was mean. He was 83. And I was like, this is a scary situation for you, because I know if you leave here, you will die. And I'm not sure I have what it takes to help you. I didn't, but people there did. We worked together. And as far as I know, he died a very peaceful, non-alcoholic life. But one thing he told me that really stood out to me is he was weeping, and I was crying. And he said, son, don't let your life pass you by. Don't let your life pass you by. This is Ebenezer Scrooge, the man who came in because he was done grieving and was going to die. That was his plan. And eventually, because he got back in contact with his heart, where the well springs of life are, as Proverbs says, he became from a Pharaoh's heart, a hardened heart, to a softened heart that Paul talks about in Ephesians. He came back home to how he was made to live. And he ended well. He lived until he died. You know? He lived until he died. And he was sad the rest of his life. And it was okay. But it was not okay, but he was okay. And I'll never forget him. He was a great blessing in my life for those 90 days that I was with him. Very compelling. So let's look at Ecclesiastes chapter 3. We're going to look at Ecclesiastes 3, and then we're going to look at Psalm 13. All right, so probably all of you have read this before. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, there's a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant, a time to uproot, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to tear down and a time to build, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to scatter stones and a time to gather them, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to search and a time to give up, a time to keep and a time to throw away, a time to tear and a time to mend, a time to be silent and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time for war and a time for peace. And now we're in verse 9. What do workers gain from their toil? I've seen the burden God has laid on the human race. He's made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart. Yet no one can fathom what God has done from beginning to end. So the Ecclesiastes writer, in his wisdom, reminds us that life is utterly seasonal. And that's a big shock. Do you remember at what age you kind of realized that all of life is seasonal and I'm going to have things and then our friends, we're going to move, or a different phase of life and my kids will be... We don't hold on to things very long for the most part. In other words, the number one characteristic of a human life is loss. We will eventually lose all that we have except for our God-given makeup. I will die or Rachel will die. I will either lose myself first or I will lose her first. I don't know which way, but I know eventually on this earth, I will lose everything except for what God put within me. And that makeup will continue for eternity. And that's what he says in verse 10. I've seen the burden God has laid on the human race. That's real. It's hard to be a human being and live in the tragedy of life. It's really good too. But it's sad and it's painful. And it can be very lonely, a very lonely experience. And he says, he has made everything beautiful in his time, and he has set eternity within our hearts. In other words, grief and loss is a shock to our system. God put eternity within our hearts. We're the only kind of beings that can dream about what we want our life to be like at a very high level, which sets us up for tremendous opportunity. And then what happens when what I'm hoping for doesn't come true? I've lost a dream. What happens for what the hope I the life I hope for with this person, and this person dies. The celebrations I'll never get to have again, or the pain that I didn't know I would ever have. So God put hope within our heart and an eternity within us, a beautiful heavenly longing that we can actually hope for what we want our life to be like. It's marvelous. It's perhaps the greatest gift we have is to be able to hope. And it's like a pilot light that we cannot shut off within us. It's God working within us. Now we can get away from it, but we can't shut it off. So hope is happening within us. And then for all of us, things happen within our life that say that hope is not going to be fulfilled. And that's a loss. That's a loss for us. It's really amazing how we experience a loss, even of a dream. Do you remember when your kids lost something and it was really surprising to them? You know, they were like, in other words, they were surprised about how life actually worked. You know, like I remember one of my sons, he like, in his first basketball game, he missed his shot, and he was like, "I didn't know that could happen." I thought this was gonna be like the movies, you know, and it ruined the day for him. He was grieving. He's like, "What is this? What is this?" So we're not made for loss. The eternity within us says, "No, that's not right. That's not how it should be." For heaven. We're made for the garden. We're made for a world that's not tragic. So, yet we also have feelings that help us keep moving forward in the tragedy. So God calls this a burden for humans. This is a burden that's placed on the shoulders of human beings. Losses. And the idea that life is seasonal. And that I have things and I lose them, and I have them again and I lose them. Solomon calls this a burden. So we have eternity in our hearts while living in a tragic world. And grief is the need. Now I know that's possibly an odd way of saying that grief is an actual need that you have. Because if I'm not willing to grieve, then I cannot continue to live in my life that God's given me. So in other words, grief is a physiological reality pumped up through the heart that I can be sad, honor the sadness, talk about the sadness, continue to be sad, and yet keep living a life that God has for me. So if I'm not willing to do sadness, in other words, do sadness means like feel it and talk about it. Essentially. If I'm not willing to do sadness, then I won't continue to live. My life will get ever increasingly smaller and smaller and smaller because I will start cutting out the things in my life that are potentially sad. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. A lot of dads raise their kids so they will never have to feel sad about their kid, which is really sad to say out loud. I got more sad at that than I thought I would. But we raise our kids in a very small way where they're not going to get to us like someone else got to us, in other words. So when I see my kids sad, that's hard. That really brings me a lot of sadness. When I see them risk, my son did his first stand-up routine at his school the other day. It's comedy. Which is, I was literally sweating and on the bleachers in his school, rocking back and forth like this. I couldn't deal with the stress of it. Because stand-up, all the other kids were like songs, and that's courageous. You know, I'm not dismissing that. But he just stood up with a hot mic that was silent. He walks up and looks around. I'm like, I'm about to puke. And he goes for it. you know? And everything in the prep with him, the way he preps is different than the way I prep. He's like, it's going to be fine. I'm like, it's not going to be fine. It is not going to be fine. Be anxious. Be anxious. You know, this is DEF CON. We're not okay. And he's like, you know, I think it's going to be fine. And I'm like, okay, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. I did not want to see him walk off the stage and be sad. It's the last thing on planet Earth I wanted to happen for him. Does that resonate, just parents? It's so hard to deal with my feelings when they're having their feelings. And that's true for every human I come in contact with. It's hard for me to watch you feel. You know? But that's where the blessing is in our life. Okay, so eternity within our hearts projected outward and turning backwards. We're just plopped into human history. And we don't, poetically, we don't know how it began or where it's going, but we're here. And that's a burden that we have to tend to and seek help with, okay? And grief helps us in there. It's an important need. If we surrender to grief, we don't have to stay where grief takes us forever. If we surrender to grief, we don't have to forever stay where grief has taken us. It's just a part of the journey. Disorientation and misery is a part of life's journey. But if we surrender to grief, if we don't surrender to grief, life becomes about withdrawing from the pain of life, from not risking and not wanting to live fully because I don't want to be sad like that ever, ever, ever again, and I'm not gonna. I'm just not gonna do it. And that's when a good Christian man or a good Christian woman, their life shrinks and they live in misery because they won't do grief. This doesn't make sense, but I wish we could talk. I'm a counselor. I wish we could, but we're not. Okay, so grief is letting our lives matter to our heart. Grief is letting our lives matter to our heart. Being so attached to others that it hurts. And we're willing to do that. A willingness to be in pain for someone that matters more than the pain that I'm in. Grief is letting our life belong to our heart, to seek belonging, to keep living fully, although it's really difficult. So let me talk to a moment about grief in the brain. So Moser and Moser were two researchers who did a little research assignment on rats. And we can now trace what cells are lighting up in certain areas when humans or rats are doing certain activities. So what they did is they put rats in a box, okay, and they put a blue Lego tower on one side of the box. And they kept data on which parts of the brain lit up in the rat's brain when they were around that blue Lego tower. So we know what cells are called object cells. We know what cells are lighting up when they're around this blue object. And then after a few days, they took the tower out, threw the rats back in the box, and they watched what happened. And another group of cells lit up called trace cells. In other words, when they were around where the blue tower used to be, their brain still lit up as if it was there. Does that make sense? It's gone, but the brain still thinks it's there. How do you get up in the middle of the night to pee and you just know where things are in the dark? That's wild. It's kind of a superpower, you know? You can't see anything, your glasses are off, you're not even really awake totally, and yet you get around. That's like a GPS within the brain, that your brain is actually, if the light's turned off right now, pitch black like a cave, your brain would actually have some kind of schematic of this room, and we could kind of clumsily get to the exit, okay? That's object trace cells working in your brain. So what happens if You've lived in a home for 40 years, and you get up to go pee, and the table that has always been there that you kind of like find to bump up against so you can then turn to the bathroom, what happens if that table's gone? The first night it happens, you find it to bump up against and you lean and you fall, right? Because that table's supposed to be there and it's not there anymore. And you do that night after night after night, till after a few nights your brain updates. The table's not in the schematic anymore. So we're going to update that part of the brain. Thank you, brain. And I'm going to get to the bathroom without falling this time. And we do it. This is the same system that is working in grief. That person that you're used to talking to every day on the way to work is not there anymore. But you still think about calling them every time you get in the car. Yes? The person that would be at the birthday parties is not at the parties anymore. But when you plan it, you still think about texting them and telling them. It's really astounding that grief is really an update in the neural network of the brain. And that's a very, very painful experience. That the first time I walked into my granddad's house, he wasn't there. And it's almost like what did it feel? It feels like tingly. Weird. It's weird. It's disorienting. And that's the brain updating. We feel this with our children as they age. I like see parents with really little kids, and I get sad now. I don't want any more. It's not that sad, but it's sad to see a dad holding a baby, because I'll never have that again. I hope, more than likely. If everything, never mind. Yeah, so I'll never have that again. But that's sad, and I'm glad. I'm glad for my kids and the life that we're living together. And I'm sad that I can't go back and enjoy that. And I wish I could. And if I could go back, what would I tell myself? Don't miss it. Don't miss it. So that's how sadness is within the brain. We have like those Roomba vacuum cleaners that somehow go around magically, mapping the environment, running into things. That's our brain. I think my dad loves his Roomba more than he loves us. He just sits there and watches it. And I just watch him. I'm like, what? He's like, it's just amazing. And it is. It is. That's our brain. And when we lose someone that we love, or a dream that we've been pursuing that's not going to happen, our brain updates with that. And that can be big things, or that could be just the clumsiness of any given day. Okay? So that's what's happening in the brain, and our heart feels the sadness of this. Our heart feels the sadness of this. Remember, I didn't tell you I was going to say this. Who's the Graydon was a boy that we grew up with, and so this was probably like 5th grade, 6th grade, and we were always on the same baseball team. And he died of a brain tumor when we were in middle school, probably. And Matt remembers more of my childhood than I do, by the way. He's a historian. But I remember playing second or wherever they would put me in the infield, and expecting to see Graydon, and he's not there. That's the update. Knowing for sure I was about to throw to, who's that guy? And he's not there. So this is what our brain's doing, and our heart feels the sadness of that. And grief and trauma are just normal human experiences that we have. So grief is a need we cannot live without. We cannot thrive without it. And I hope you get this very clearly, that we grieve as humans because we care. And if I don't care, I don't have to do grief somehow or another. But we grieve as humans because we care. And the more I care, the more I'll feel grief. Now, my life will get big too, the more blessing I'll have. But the inverse is true. The more I care, the more I'll grieve. So this is sadness. And all of life happens between sadness and gladness, or grief and parties, celebration. Sadness has a few functions that are very important for how God made us. It's a feeling that honors how much we value someone or something. So if I'm not sad about something, it means I didn't really care about it a whole lot. And there's a lot of things that we lose that we don't, it's not sad, you know? I get sad when I walk out of the movie theater. It's over. And the bright lights when you go outside, that's a sad experience. The movie's over, but is that a big deal? No, that's just day-to-day sadness. So sadness is a feeling God gives you to recognize how much you value what you have lost or what you miss. So the more sad I am about a loss, the more I'm honoring the person who's been lost. So I think that's very important even with our culture of funerals. Funerals are good. We need to be okay with sadness. That's okay. Sadness is an evaluation feeling. The more sadness you feel about a loss, the more you value what has been lost. When I was in grad school, I wasn't home. I was just gone a lot, working in school. And we had a dog when we first got married named Tobias. Great name for a dog. I invite you to name your next dog Tobias. And I wasn't that close. I was close with him, but Rachel was like, that was her buddy, because I was gone a lot. And he died kind of in a wild, tragic way. And I was sad, but she was devastated. You see the difference? I just wasn't around him as much. They were friends. So she was really sad, and I was sad. And that's how sadness works. It functions higher and lower. People can go through the same experiences and feel different levels of sadness about it. That's not a good or bad thing. It just means that there was a connection there for someone that was not there for the other person. Okay? For instance, when there's a gazillion research studies on veterans, soldiers that come back from war, and the ones who often have PTSD are ones who have dysfunctional childhood homes growing up. And the ones who do not have PTSD had functional childhoods growing up. Well, what does that mean? That means that there's a lot of undealt with sadness before the soldier goes into war. And now it's so sad that I don't know what to do about it. Sadness is a feeling that we can feel and get through, but we've got to feel it to get through it, if that makes sense. Okay. So it's also an accepting feeling. If I'm willing to be sad, I will be open to new possibilities and more gladness in my life. And that doesn't mean I'm not sad anymore. It just means I'm open to the new things that God's doing in my life. You see this, the greatest ministries on our planet or movements come about from loss, typically, if you think about it. These people have lost something and they want to help with that. That's sadness and gladness and passion and energy. So we really function to help others with their sadness after we've lost someone and we're awakened to it. That's how it works. So life happens between these two. But here's the challenge. And then this is just a challenge on an everyday level. with your small sadnesses, that if I would rather just live in gladness. Anybody else? That would be nice. That'd be very nice. But if I'm going to have a life where I feel gladness, I've got to be willing to do sadness. You know? And that's just how God has set up the system. Like, don't get a dog, it's just going to die. Now, that's what I grew up saying. You see how sick that is? That's so sick. That's like, I don't want to be sad again, so don't get a dog. Now, I get a dog, and I get the benefits of that, plus the sadness of it. My dog just decided to start peeing on my new planter I have in the backyard, and I want to kill it. And it's like, I go out there, and it smells like urine, and that drives me crazy. So what's the what for? Like, I want to have a full connective life. And I want to be able to deal with the sadness of that so that I can keep gaining. And then when I lose things, I want to be able to grieve them with the people that I love the most so I can keep gaining. Not gain as in get better, but keep living fully and loving deeply and leading the people that God's put in my life well. That's the mission. Okay, so let's look at Psalm chapter 13. Okay. Now, this may be old news to you. I have really no idea. But when I heard this, or I didn't hear it, I had to find it. When I found this for the first time, it changed my life immediately. That there are a type of psalm in the Psalms that are called lament psalms. Okay? I didn't know that till I was in my 20s. I was like, are you kidding me? I read the Psalms here and there, but I didn't know that like that was a whole topic in the Psalms. That God actually gives us a blueprint for how to grieve out loud to Him and to the people that we trust. That's what the Psalms are. It is a blueprint from God in the form of poetry, because we're talking about feelings, so we got to do poetry. You got to do poetry. I'm sorry. You got to do it. So this is a blueprint from God of how to communicate my sadness back to Him and to the other people in my life whom I care about. And the Psalms have this assumption within that if we can do that, then we can sustain. Now, we're going to have really bad days still. We're not going to get out of bed some days still. It's going to be that hard still, but we can find encouragement to sustain our spiritual connection in the midst of that. Okay? So that's what the Psalms are. I think this, hot take, I think the Psalms are probably the most important book in the Bible to understand the Bible. Because it's the heartbeat of Scripture. And if I don't understand that Scripture has a heartbeat, then I'll use the Bible to find good ways to not have to feel the pain of life. I'll make it about the lists and the rules if I miss the Psalms, in other words. So Psalms are a huge invitation to us to name the losses and the difficulties of our life. You know what my main lament is? I just wish it wasn't this hard. That's my main lament. Why is it this hard? Every day. I started a business a couple years ago. It's like, why is it this hard? I'm doing good things, God. We're helping people. Why do I got to worry about payroll? Why? And that's the Psalms. Okay? So let's look at it. Psalm chapter 13. How long, Lord, will you forget me? Forever? How long will you hide your face from me? How long must I wrestle with my thoughts, and day to day have sorrow in my heart? How long will my enemy triumph over me? Look on me and answer, Lord my God. Give light to my eyes, or I will sleep in death, and my enemy will say, I have overcome him, and my foes will rejoice when I fall. But I trust in your unfailing love. My heart rejoices in your salvation. I will sing the Lord's praise, for he has been good to me. So that is a prototypical lament psalm. And shockingly, within the Psalms, lament is the biggest section over thanksgiving, over praise, over a couple other kinds. But in general, it's the biggest section of the Psalms are these lament psalms. In other words, it takes up the most out of any other category. So that's a typical lament psalm within the Psalms. So I want you to look at this, and then I have an assignment for us to ponder on together. Verse 1, how long, Lord, will you forget me forever? So this is a lament or a spoken grief about inaction. Like, God, I know you could, and you're not. Dad, I know you could get me an Xbox. It's like, I know you have, how much money did you make? This is my son, one of my sons. How much money did you make today? I know you could get me an Xbox. And I'm like, no. Eventually I did, but this is when he was younger. No, I'm not going to do it. You know? And that's his lament. He's like, why? I don't get it. All my friends, Fortnite, you know, all these things. I'm like, no, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. So our kids remind us about how to lament, about the inaction of other people or from God. That I think you could help me here. I think you could take this from me. I think it could have been different, but it's not. And I'm going to tell you about it. To not act. Yeah. Things could have been different. And then he says, how long will you hide your face from me? Which is really a Hebrew poetry, poetical way to say, I feel very relationally disconnected from you. Like, if me and Matt stood up here and talked to you like this, hiding our face from you, that would be weird, right? And because most of the data points we get heart to heart are through the face, through the eyes, through the posture of the face, how it moves. We pick up millions of data points every moment from faces. So if you'll notice in the Psalms and really throughout Scripture, that God, show me your face, shine your light on our faces and be good to us. That's just a common way of saying, like, I feel disconnected from you and I'm not sure why. Where are you with me? Where are you with me? Presence is there, but there's no emotional connection from God. And this is like the first thing we experience coming out of the womb is a child in a very blurry way. And then as they get older, in a very specific way, they look at the face of their parents. Am I okay? Do you still care? That's why, like, this will be, excuse me, not to get in your personal space, but this will be our children's greatest wound. This will be it. Something between their face and ours. Our children are playing, and we're here. Now that's okay. I'm not saying like no phones ever, but our children literally can't see our face, and the face is everything to the heart. So this is a lament psalm about when I feel emotionally disconnected from God. And if you've been a follower of Jesus for very long, we feel that from time to time. Seasons of desert kind of environment, a dryness spiritually. Okay, sorrow in my heart. How long must I wrestle with my thoughts and day after day have sorrow in my heart? Oh yeah. How long will I have this pain, this sorrow that is just has not abated or gone away yet? What's the timetable here, man? I mean, how long is this sorrow going to be here? So it's really important for us as church, as leaders within church, leaders within our home, as parents in society, that we can say, I can be a follower of Jesus and still be incredibly sorrowful and sad. And that says nothing about my faith. Now, it can technically, but just that on its face, I can be a faithful follower of Jesus and be very sorrowful of heart. That's okay. That's okay. And the Psalms invite us into that. It's really part of our calling as parents and grandparents is to live the lament Psalms with our children, not just study them. And to give our children space that they can lament to us. Because being a kid is very hard. I mean, they're little. And we're big. Do you remember when you first found out what, car insurance was? It's like, how do we keep using these words I don't understand? Have you checked the electric bill? It's like, the what? The bill for electricity? What is this? I remember sitting in the back seat, my dad, my granddad, in the front seat of the truck, and they're talking. I was a kid. They're talking. And it occurred to me that I had no idea any word that was coming out of their mouth. I didn't understand any of it. And so I made it my mission to listen and watch. And part of it is because they're both from Hickman County, Tennessee. That's part of it, But the other part was I was a boy and they were big. And they knew how life worked and I didn't. And as kids continue to learn how life works, it actually gets more and more sad for them. They're like, seriously? Middle school? Puberty? It's like, this is it? I went to my first Titans game when I was probably in middle school. Probably elementary school. And I was like, that's it? Tennessee Titans, You could barely see the players. We were up high. I thought those guys were giants. They're just men. I can barely see them. I was so sad that that's what football actually was, But the more we learn about life, we feel the sadness of it, And as caregivers of the people underneath us, whether they be children or our employees or whatever, we help them grieve the life that God has given them. And that's a good way of saying, how much longer the pain. Dr. Paul Brand was an American doctor who went over to India and other countries. He's a Christian man who found out what leprosy was in these countries. And leprosy is actually a neurological disorder of a person not being able to feel pain, essentially. They don't have pain. And so what he found with his patients is that they may sprain their ankle. And these patients wouldn't change their gait when they were wounded that way, the gait of their walk. If I sprain my ankle, I'm going to change my gait. Well, they wouldn't. And so eventually, because of the wound or because of the injury, their ankle would just slowly fall over. And then there would be a wound. And the wound would get infected. And eventually, in third world countries like this, it rots, gangrene and rot. That's a leprosy. He saw a man go over to a fire that they were cooking yams. He tells us about it in his book. The Gift of Pain is the book. Philip Yancey, Russell Brand. No, that's a famous person. Somebody Brand. So that's the book. It's a great book. But they were cooking yams over the fire, and a woman drops the yam in the fire. And she calls a guy over who has no hands. And he goes to the fire, and he puts his hands in his arms in the fire, picks it up like this, takes it over to what she was eating on, and drops it on her plate. The man had leprosy, so he didn't feel pain. So he could continue to harm himself because it didn't matter to him. So pain is actually a gift from God, believe it or not. It points my face down to the wound. Like, why am I hurting right here? And if I don't have that signal down to my arm, then I won't tend to the hurt. And so it'll get worse, and I'll get worse over time. That's physical, right? Emotional pain is no different. In fact, within the brain, it doesn't do a good job of telling the difference between emotional and physical pain. That's why opioid addiction is so common and horrible, is because it's dealing with pain, physical and emotional. And that's why it's so addictive. So what he said in the book is just a great phrase, that people who can't feel pain have a nonchalance towards self-destruction. Nonchalance meaning they don't care, an apathy. If I'm not in contact with the pain of life, I will actually do things that continue to harm myself, just so, because it doesn't matter. I don't have pain about it. So God gives us a roadmap here to be able to lament and come back in contact with the pain of our life and talk about it in that way. Okay? And the last thing he says in this, how long will my enemy triumph over me? Oh, enemies, injustice. How long will I keep losing? You ever, the scariest part of life, I think, is when you're a kid and you start picking teams. Oh, great. Here we go. And we were just talking this morning about how unathletic we both are. And we were actually lamenting that. Like, why couldn't we, But it's like, okay, am I going to be last or second to last? That's my options, I was playing airsoft this game with guns and BBs with my son, and we let the boys pick the teams. And it was a bunch of dads. And I was like, here we go again. How does this keep happening to me? Last, dead last. Yeah. So how long will my enemies triumph over me? How long will I keep losing? So much competition and comparing in the world that we have to contend with. They were so mean to me today. Oh, I want my kids to be able to come home and say that. They were so mean to me today. I'm not as fast as the other boys on the playground. Yeah, man, I'm sorry about those genetics, Oh, what a hard day at work. Whew. I didn't get that product out, or whatever it is. We need to be able to come home or come to the people that we care about, or even go to God with our struggles, how we lose in life. And we all lose in life. So consider how much of your laments fit into these categories. I think that's a wonderful list that David makes for us. And it makes life a little less threatening. Like when our kids come to us and we're like, that's just how life works. If you can't, bark with a big dog, stay on the porch, son. When we work, we work. When we play, we play. Classic, water under the bridge. Those are, just in case you don't know, incredibly unhelpful for people who are in pain. Incredibly unhelpful. Because what we know is that water under the bridge does pass under the bridge. And sure enough, dog legs around the corner and collects into a marsh of undealt with pain that, because of the gospel of Christ, we can have the courage to go and look at. Because it takes a lot of courage. And we can deal with the marsh. But water under the bridge is a lie. It's an absolute lie. That we can face the pain of life and it not impact us. It's so ridiculous. So when my kids bring me their pain, I kind of categorize it sometimes. Like, okay, what are we doing here? And I can It helps. It helps me not get overwhelmed with their pain. And then he starts a request. Look on me, answer me, Lord my God, give light to my eyes, or I will sleep in death. My enemies will say, I have overcome him. My foes will rejoice when I fall. So this is a kind of like an arm twisting of God. Like, come on, I'm your man. I'm your man. If I fail, then their perception is that you failed. Can't you see that? Can't you see that? I'm your guy. If I'm failing at this and this reflection on you, will you please help me? Please help me. Please come through for me, or I will sleep the sleep of death. I don't think I can make it if you don't come through for me. It's that strong. The words are that strong. And life is that hard. It's that painful. So that's the request. He does 3 requests: look, answer, and give me, related to the laments that are on the screen. So it's like the widow who was persistent, that parable. You know that parable, the persistent widow? She just kept asking. That's us. That's lament. Okay? And the last thing here is motivation, verses 5 and 6. No, that is the motivation, I'm sorry. So this is the confidence in God. I will trust in your unfailing love. But I do, not will. I trust in your unfailing love. My heart rejoices in your salvation. And this unfailing love is the covenant love between God and his people. The always chasing, always pursuing, never-ending, tenacious love of God for his people. That's the love he's talking about, that covenant love. Like, you can give up, but I'm not. You give up, but I'm not. And I never will. I'll never stop pursuing you. But I trust in your covenant love. My heart rejoices in that love because I know I'm safe there. This is a blueprint for parenting. I know I'm safe there at home. I can come home and I can complain without having to pay for it. Now, a complaining attitude and spirit, there's nuance to that for sure, but I'm talking just the complaints of life. That I can come home and be me with you. And that be okay. There's power in that. That our kids don't need another coach or mentor or guide or whatever. They're going to get teacher. They're going to get all these figures in their life, but they only get one parent, or 2, I guess, but one you. Only one dad. Only one mom. They may get a few grandparents, but there's only one of you. And that's what we give our kids is ourself, our life story, the invitation to name the tragedy of life and to help them practice the gratitude that God is good and he cares. It's really beautiful. All right, so lament actually comes with a deep faith. If you don't believe in God, then you won't lament. What's the use? God's not real. He's not going to come through. It doesn't matter. But people who have a deep faith are encouraged to lament and to ask God and cry out and reach out. So lament flows from our faith. It's not a faithless experience. Okay, well, that was a lot. At least in my opinion, it was a lot. So what I like to do is give you a change of pace before we have lunch, okay? We have in the folders, or if you don't have a folder, you have the stack of papers, and if you don't have that, let us know. But there's an exercise in there called Lament. What's it called? My Lament. It's called something. So, I'm inviting you for a few minutes here, and you can stay in here. You can go somewhere else. We're all most of us are grown-ups here, and I have very little power over you. So you do what you need to do, but I'm inviting you to read some of this assignment. This is an assignment, and the directions are there, but it uses the flow of Psalm chapter 13. And really what I'm asking you to do is consider your own lament, okay? and there's some check boxes. They came out to be circles, but so check circles there. You should just pick one thing, big or small, that you're sad about today. It could be about you. It could be about the state of the world. It could be that it's been raining so much, whatever. But pick one thing you're sad about and start writing, or if you don't want to write, just think about, allow yourself to this process of lament for a few minutes, okay? And we're just going to be in silence, or y'all can, I don't know how this is going to go, to be honest, but I'm not going to be talking, and Matt won't either, for about 10 minutes here, okay? So I just want to give you time to look it through and write it out. And we're going to come back together in 10 minutes and talk about what you found, just to see if there's any questions or anything like that. And then we're going to eat, okay? Thank you. Okay, we'll pause here for a moment. I'm curious, how was participating in that for you? What did you notice? Surprising, or maybe something I don't care, don't agree with, or just whatever you'd like to say about this assignment, my lament. Do a little discussion here. Needed. You want to say more?
My daughter-in-law just lost her brother this past Sunday, and everybody's dealing with the pain.
Your daughter-in-law lost her
Brother.
Needed. Yeah. His daughter-in-law lost his brother last Sunday. Okay. Ooh, okay.
I think it was awkward. I'm not currently in active grief, so trying to go back and think of how it was then, it was just a little awkward.
To remember? Yes. Yeah. Good. Thank you. Yes? Great. Okay. Wonderful. She said closure, get it on paper, get it out. The best way for the heart to get out is through the pen, really. So to get my heart out through my pen brings some level of help, catharsis. You don't have to. I'll summarize.
I've been in therapy for 3 years.
Okay.
This was like that missing link, because, we talk about, I think, like the first 2 parts, right? But to have the biblical connection,
Uh-huh.
and the God connection, is really that link that's been missing. Because we don't talk about that in therapy.
Yeah. But some people don't. That's true. Yeah, so that missing link, that kind of the invitation from God that we can hurt together. That's nice. Anyone else want to share? Yes, ma'am.
I did not write this, and I don't even really know how much it has to do with what we're supposed to be learning today. But you said too many dads raise their kids so as not to be sad. I never floated a balloon in my life that my father did not stick a pin in it. And when you said that, this light bulb came on. He was trying to protect me from failure, which is a good thing, I guess, but it hurt a lot. And you said that, the whole balloon burst. Man's been dead for 14 years, and I forgave him in that minute. So if you didn't do anything else good today, you did that.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, that's, and now I get it as a dad. Like, I don't want to see my kid sad, but I got to be able to do that. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Anyone else like to share? My recommendation is that you practice this about once a quarter. Write out a lament. Write your own psalm. Practice about once a quarter. If you're in a real heavy season, do it a lot if you need to. But whether you're in a big grief or a small grief or just living, this is a wonderful exercise that I do to practice pouring out my heart to God and remembering that he's kind and he cares. So, okay. Thank you for your participation in this. Very meaningful for Matt and I, for y'all to be engaged. So, Mr. Bart, you want this?
Thanks so much to Matt and Colton for wonderful presentations this morning. We're so glad that you're here. All the North Lexington members, and particularly those of you that are visiting with us, you're our guests, and we are really glad that you're here and look forward to getting to know you better if we've not had a chance to meet you before. But welcome today, and we're so glad that you have come. So we're going to take a break in a moment and have lunch together, and then we'll have another session beginning at about 1 or so. I forget what the schedule says, and our plan is to go to 2:30 today. So I hope you'll be able to stay with us for the full activity. We'll start at 1.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say after, maybe we'll play it by ear on lunch and bring you back, but after lunch, it's going to be incredibly practical. So we've got some things on the ground to share, like some do's and don'ts, with grief. And then there'll be a time for questions and answers. And so if you've got questions, we'll have an opportunity to ask and share some of that with you. We'll put the feelings back up there if you have a question about those. But after lunch, be really practical. If we go, I would be surprised if we're here until 2:30 unless you have a lot of questions, which is fine, and we can do that. But after lunch will be incredibly practical. Thanks.
Okay. Do you want to start at 1, though? Do we want to plan? Is everybody going to stay? I mean, if you're leaving and coming back at 1 o'clock, then I'd want to know that.
We could do earlier.
Everybody's basically staying for lunch and going to be here, and we're all through with lunch. And
yeah, if you're, 12:30, about 12:30.
Yeah, we might, because it's 11:35 right now. So anyway, thank you so much for being here. It's been a great morning to be together, and we'll have more afterwards. So we are providing lunch, and it's in our multipurpose room. So as you go out, you'll turn to your left. If you've not been a member here for 20 years and have this schematic in your head, many of you could get to that line literally with your eyes closed. I know you could. But for those of you particularly that may be visiting with us today, we want you to stay and just go out and to the left, and the food is here, and lunch will be ready, and no particular instructions. It's what you would expect, right? A couple of lines there, and a lot of food. Eat a lot of lunch, and enjoy a time of fellowship together and talking about these things. I've asked John Ferguson, who is our counseling minister here at North Lexington, to lead us in prayer. And John may want to say something too. John has done this kind of counseling in his professional life as well as preaching the gospel for a long time. And John has such skill in this area and has done great work for us here at North Lexington since he's been with us. And we appreciate him so much. So I wanted him to say a word and then also lead the prayer for lunch. John, you can do that here, or I can bring the microphone to you. It's totally up to you on that. So I appreciate that. John.
Thank you, brother. 3-letter word. Wow. That's been good. I've been thinking about it, and I know you all have been uplifted and rich. Thinking about 3 words itself, the empathy. We've created the environment for us to think about. The education, allowing us to see sometimes why we do what we do and what we sometimes don't do. But also, last but not least, the encouragement. It can get better. We need to move forward. And no, it's not water under the bridge. I appreciate that. Appreciate you too. Let's pray. Eternal God in heaven, we're grateful. You've blessed us with this time as we think about an important aspect of our lives, our feelings, our emotions, and the life that we have before us. We're so grateful, dear God, as we prepare to feed this body of ours, realizing that Colton and Matt have fed our spirits and our souls. We pray, dear God, that we have the energy to go about this day, not just drifting through it, but living life and living it fully and completely as Jesus came to give us life and to give us that abundant life. We pray that we have strength the rest of this day to do the good things for ourselves and for others, and most of all to your glory. And we take this time, dear God, to not only just sit and chat, but to actually fellowship with one another. It's in the name of Jesus, your Son, our great shepherd and our Savior. We thank you, Father. Amen. Amen. Ready to go?
skill to then take it as a launching point.
Yeah.
That's what
That'd be great. That'd be great.
that's what we hope to do.
Yeah.
And just to have people sit through, listen to the guys and say, hey, we can talk about this.
Yeah.
Here's the structure. And then everybody wants to. It's just a question of what your story is.
Right.
In case someone gets to talk to you,
Yeah, well, thank you. Really, yeah. Really. Thanks for the hospitality. Yeah, for sure.
Whenever we close, we just do like a couple of games, just give me like whoever finishes
Yeah, okay.
last, and I'll do a little close up.
Okay.
That's how we
That'd be great.
That's how we
That'd be great. Okay. He asked me a few minutes ago, he was like, hey, Joey, he's like, you need to go back. I was like, do we need to, I said, do we need to go back? He said, do we need to go back? Do we need to go back?
To check out?
Yeah. And he goes, no, I was just asking, like, I go out, I go all the way out. And I was like, oh, yeah. I was like, where? And when he said, did y'all check out? I was like, they called him. And they were like, because we just had a conversation about checking out. And so he's like, he goes, did y'all check out? And I was like, no.
We just asked you if you're going back.
I wanted to check out. But Colby wouldn't let me check out. So I immediately just tanked, you know. Dude, isn't that crazy? And he's like, no, he was like, no.
The
he's
story
like,
needs to be told.
yeah.
The story needs to be
No, not here.
everywhere.
Not
The nations
Not-
here.
But he was just like, he's like, no, you need to go back to the room. I was like, oh no, do we got I didn't tell him, but I didn't. I never told him we didn't check out.
I've never done this before, okay? I'm still a good person.
I've never been in a hotel.
He's like, what are y'all's plans?
He's just trying to help, and I'm
Y'all
just
go
like,
home after this?
I'm just like, did we do something wrong? Isn't that crazy? It's so crazy. I mean, it's like,
That's funny.
yeah.
Macy's got that.
Huh?
Macy's got
I'll tell her. Yeah. Well, I always check out. Like I always check out. Well, your peer pressure
Never.
made me not check out, and then first thing he says is, "Y'all check
Did y'all
out."
check out?
And I was like, "We did something wrong." I mean, I was like, "We did something wrong." The hotel is called Bart, and they're like, "Hey,
Aren't you
these
like
two
a-
rooms didn't check out."
Wait, aren't you like a, what do they call it? What was on the TV screen?
Oh, like an honors member or something. Aren't you like gold status? Makes you feel good.
Bring this riffraff in.
Next slide. All right, thank you.
Looking at the
What is that? I think we need to do something like that. About Lament worship. You know?
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
What do you think? Give it just a minute. Or anything. Go ahead. Give it just a minute.
I don't know.
You ready to answer questions?
Yeah, born for it.
I'm just gonna Okay, I think we'll get started. People may trickle in, and that's okay. Kind of what we'll do for this next little bit is in just a minute. I'll let you know kind of when we're getting there, but we're going to walk through just some practical kind of best practices for grief. Some of that is in your own, and some of that is with those that you love. And so we'll do that here in a few minutes. I think I mentioned this earlier, but there are two passages in Scripture that have been impactful for me over the past several years. One of those I shared with you in Matthew 20. There's another that we'll get to here in just a second. And so before we do best practices, I just want to tell you one story, and then I want to share a little bit about the end of the book of John with you. Several years ago, there was I don't know that this is common like now, but I remember when I was a kid, there was like door-to-door salesmen, like they'll come and sell you knives and stuff and like cut tomatoes in front of you, and then cut cans and cut bricks or whatever, Well, there was just like 2 or 3 years ago, one of our me and my wife, one of our friends, she asked if it was okay if she brought a vacuum salesman to our house. I don't know if this is common, right? But we, out of the kindness of my wife's heart, said, yeah, that was fine. We had no interest in buying a vacuum, right? We didn't buy the vacuum, okay? I'll cut to the end of that story. We didn't buy a vacuum. It was a lot of money, but we didn't get it. And but he came over, and he spent, literally 2 or 3 hours at our house on a Sunday afternoon. My girls were taking a nap. Davy, not David, yeah, thank you. She was a baby, okay? And then Lainey was, so they're both taking their naps. And so this guy comes over, and our friend comes over with him, and with this vacuum. And I guess it was one of those, like, if I buy the vacuum, then this girl who invited him gets what, I don't know, probably sketchy, I don't know. Something was involved. But he comes over, very nice, and we talk, and and he does all the vacuum things, and our house air system is apparently really bad, so I wouldn't suggest you come over. But he did the whole deal. And I noticed probably halfway through, he's wearing shorts, and I noticed there's a tattoo on the back of his calf. And it's a ribbon, and it has 2 dates on there that from kind of, I wasn't like up on his calf looking, but from where I was, it kind of seemed like these 2 dates were a couple of years apart. And so I sat there, like, those moments where you're like, I don't know if I'm going to ask this question, but I really, like, I want to ask this question, And so it took me a pretty good while to build up the courage to ask this guy, hey, tell me about your tattoo. And so at the end, he had done the vacuum pitch, and we didn't buy the vacuum. And so I asked him before he left, I was like, hey, can you tell me about your tattoo? If you don't mind, I see it, and I'm, what's the significance? And so he told me that he and his wife have two children, a boy and a girl, and his oldest was his son, and his son was born nonverbal, and ended up at a pretty young age getting cancer, and he passed away. And so his son was 5 or 6 when he passed away. About that time, my girls woke up from their nap pretty close together, and so they had kind of come out, saw that there was a strange man in our house, and then went into hiding. But he and so he had told me about his son and went through. It was, he really shared a lot. about his son and that and his experience. Just had a really hard life, just a very hard life. And so he shares all that, and he asked me about, I have a tattoo of Hattie's name and her handwriting on my arm that he saw, and so he kind of like returned serve on my question, and so he asked me about my tattoo, and so I shared with him, and he commented that he noticed, that we had pictures of our girls, not all of us together, right? And that he noticed that only, 2 came out, and so we just kind of talked through all of those experiences, and so you can imagine, what those conversations were like. And before he left, he asked me, he said, you said earlier that you were a minister. At the time, I was still working at church in Cookeville, and he said, you're a minister. He said, how? Like you've lost your daughter, how? And I really wasn't prepared for that question, and I kind of stumbled around, talking to this man that I had never met, that I haven't seen since. I just kind of stumbled and fumbled around, and kind of where I landed, was like, what other choice do I have? That's ultimately kind of where I just landed with him, was like, what other choice do I have? I either choose to believe that I had, 4.5 years with Hattie, and that's it, and it's like it's just over, or I believe that I'm gonna hold her again, and I choose to believe that I'm gonna hold her again, and I believe the only way I'm gonna do that is to walk towards Jesus. And what he shared with me after that was he and his wife have had an incredibly difficult time with faith after losing their son. And they had, I don't know what their faith journey was like before we had a conversation. I don't know what it was like after. But whatever it looked like before, it was non-existent at that point, And so they had stopped any involvement in any kind of local church. There was no practice in the home, and he told me they desperately wanted their daughter to have some sense of spirituality in her life, but that they just didn't feel like they could provide it. And so they were sending her to a Christian school where they lived. But when she got home, there was nothing that they felt like they could offer to their child in that sense. And we just talked, more and more and more. And the more that we shared, he didn't say this with these words, but this was really the question he kept asking. It was like, can I do this? Like, can I actually do this? Is it possible for me to experience incredible loss, incredible grief, and still live? Colton talked a lot earlier about our ability to neglect the grieving process and therefore shrink our lives, become full of resentment. Can I do this? I imagine there are some of you probably, if you haven't said these words out loud, you've said some form of them or you've thought some form of them. Can I do this? There's a passage that became special to me, kind of like Matthew 20, that I want to share just really quick in John 21. And, the Gospel of John is really interesting because, at the very end of it, John says that all the things he wrote in the book, he wrote so that we would believe, right? Everything, kind of the whole gospel is framed with all of these stories, all these accounts are written for your benefit so that you would believe that Jesus is who he says he is, right? And so everything is kind of framed under that, which I think is cool. So this whole gospel is built on, hey, this is going to enhance your faith, but it's going to just inject belief into you when you read these and when you experience who this Jesus was and is. And so the end of John is, at this portion in the life of the disciples and Jesus, he has been crucified. He's risen again. The disciples, there's a period of time where they really struggle with, like, Jesus died. Did he really? Like, is he going to come back? And did he really? Like, did we see what we thought we saw? Was everybody even there? And so after the crucifixion, you see the disciples, they just go back to fishing. Do you remember that? Like, they just go back to the boats. Probably a pretty common response to the grief that they're experiencing is, okay, this happened. We've lost this relationship. We're just going to go back to doing what we know, what we did before, And so they go back to fishing because that was what they knew. And so they fish, and they end up having breakfast with Jesus. He sees them on the water and tells them to cast their nets out. If maybe you're familiar with the story. If you're not, read John 21. Okay, and so Jesus has breakfast, and after breakfast with the disciples, Peter wants to have a conversation with Jesus. And if you know much about Peter, you know that he's ready to, like, let's talk about something, let's do something, let's make a stand for something, or let's not, like he's just, here we go or here we go. And so Peter's having a conversation with Jesus. Jesus tells him to feed a sheep, several times. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? And so they start walking. And in John 21, verse 20, the text says that Peter turns and sees the disciples who Jesus loves. So John talking about himself, cool, the one who also leaned back against him during the supper and had said, Lord, who is it that's going to betray you? When Peter saw him, he said to Jesus, Lord, what about this man? And Jesus said to him, if it is my will that he remain until I come, what is that to you? You follow me. Jesus had just had an interaction with Peter where he tells him, this is how you're going to die. This is what life's going to look like for you. It's going to be really hard. And so Peter, I think naturally, is struggling with that realization, right? You are the Messiah, the Christ. I watched you do all of these things. You did good things. I watched you heal Lazarus. That was a good thing. You cured all of these things I've seen you do. I've walked with you. I denied you. You were crucified, and now you're back, right? Just the emotions that Peter must have felt just in that span of time, but really over the past 3 years. There's a lot going on in Peter's life. And then the one who just came back, who he has seen do all of these things that are so incredibly powerful, he tells Peter, you're going to die, and it's going to be hard. And so Peter is looking around for is he talking to anybody else? Is it just me he's talking to? And so he says, what about John? What about him? And Jesus says, what's it to you? You follow me. This is me and you here. This is your life. I think Peter, probably somewhere inside of him, or maybe even out loud, thinking about Peter, can I do this? Can I do this? Can I actually look into the face of my life, a life that maybe I didn't choose or I wouldn't choose? Can I do it? I think that's a question that all of us have to wrestle with at some point. Jesus does not entertain Peter's question of why me, right? He just doesn't. I don't know what Jesus would or could have said. I know what he didn't say is anything, right? He says, no, you follow me. Dr. Chip Dodd, who is Colton's mentor, he talks a lot about facing life on life's terms. And I think that's the message that Jesus had for Peter. You follow me. Like, this is the life that you have. You follow me. I think about myself, and when I answered the vacuum salesman, whose name is Zach, when I answered Zach and I just said, I've got two choices and there's only one that makes sense, right? Can I do this? It's going to be hard. It is hard. But what else do you do other than live the life that's in front of you? You know? It's really easy when it comes to grief and loss to run away from that. I think Peter maybe to some extent wanted to do that, right? Is there anybody else, Jesus, that can take this? He says, you follow me. There are some practical things that I think can help you do it. Listen, we can't distill life to a list. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that, right? I do think there are some things that are really practical that if you practice these things, it can help you do this. Face your life on your life's terms. And so we've included some of this. So if you've got the notebook, there is a page in there that just says best practices for grief. And so I just want to walk through a couple of these with you. Obviously, I trust that you can read, and so you can do that. But I just want to walk through a couple of these with you, give you just a couple of thoughts on it, and then there's really one more that I didn't include on here that I probably should have, but probably Colton's fault as well. So there's one. So, okay, just a few things. So the first thing on here is this, and Colton really has already talked about this in not these exact words, but allow time for grief. We need grief, right? And so if you begin to reject the notion that you need to feel your feelings, feel the sadness, if you run away from grief, can you do this? You can do that, but you can't live the life in front of you. You know what I mean? And so allow time for grief. When you have moments or seasons when those emotions are on display publicly, we call that tears or crying. That's okay. I don't know what your experience has been, but I think before my personal experience, 6 years ago, I would, if I didn't cry a lot, but if I did, I certainly would have apologized for it. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do this. I didn't expect this. Tears are telling me that you're in this. You're here. You are here. And so if you can try to break the practice of apologizing for your feelings and for the emotions that are displayed because of your sadness, I would tell you that's going to help you do this. That's going to help you live the life in front of you, is to allow those things to come through. They need to get out, right? And so it's okay to cry. Allow yourself to experience that when you need to experience that, and don't feel like you have to apologize for that to anybody else. The second thing is, it says broach the subject. Don't hesitate to bring somebody's name up out of fear of making somebody sad. Okay, I think you probably know this, but I'll just say it anyways. If somebody is in deep grief, whether it's immediate, whether it's years after, okay, you're not going to remind that person that they lost somebody. Does that make sense? Like there is nothing you can say that's going to make me remember about Hattie. So if you say her name, I'm not going to like all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, I forgot that I lost my daughter, so now I'm going to be a wreck because you said her name. That's not how it works. But for some reason, we have an incredible amount of fear in, well, I don't want to make somebody sad. Can I give you just a little permission? It's okay. It is okay to talk to somebody that you love about somebody they love. It's okay to do that. And we'll talk more in a second about some actual things you can say, but it is okay to talk to somebody that you love about somebody that they love. Okay? So don't be afraid to do that. And if they don't want to talk about that, they'll make that known. But give them a chance. Okay, choose your words and responses really carefully. Okay, we don't have the time. I could share a lot of things with you about what people have said to us in our experience that are really well-intentioned but are really terrible things to say. Okay, and so I would just be cognizant of who you're talking to. What is your relationship? Do you even know this person? Right? For some reason, in funeral lines, we might not even know the person that we're going to see the family of, but we just want to say something, and we say something that's really stupid, okay? And so just be aware of, like, do I have a relationship with this person or not? If I do, okay, let's go this route. If I don't, maybe let's not just try to give answers to questions that nobody's asking, you know? A couple things I wouldn't say. Everything happens for a reason, right? We say that, and nobody believes that. We say it a lot. I mean, I would guess almost everybody in this room has said it, even on accident. Okay, I've said it, but it's just not true, right? It's not true. Not everything happens for a reason. There's no reason for some things that are terrible and tragic, other than we live in a tragic place. And so to offer that up as like a platitude or an encouragement, it's not encouraging, it's not helpful, right? God has a better plan. You know, I don't think that's true either. Was it God's plan for my daughter to die? I don't think so. I do not think so. Did it happen? It did. Was it his plan? I don't think it was. Now, can God use brokenness? Absolutely, right? Is his plan to hurt you so that he can do something great? I don't think so. And so there's a couple of things I really would be wary of saying, okay? Those two are just some specific ones that come to mind, but you can fill in the blank with a lot of other things. Just be careful and aware of who you're talking to. When you do speak to people, ask specific questions. There's a couple of things that have been really, really neat when people talk to us. I got a text one day. So for on Hattie's birthday, what we've chosen to do, we go to Dollywood. You ever heard of Dollywood before? It's in East Tennessee. It's a theme park, Dolly Parton, you know. And so Hattie loved Dollywood. So for Hattie's birthday, September the 9th, every year, we have chosen to honor her in that way. So we take the girls, we go to Dollywood, we spend the day at Dollywood. So we were at Dollywood a couple years ago. And a friend of mine who we have become friends since the storm, he sent me a text, and he said he never knew Hattie. He knows our other two girls, but didn't know Hattie. And he said, "Hey, can you?" Actually, texted me and Macy both, and he said, "Can y'all share something about Hattie that you love that I don't know?" And we were eating dinner when that came through, and it was a beautiful moment because Macy and I just sat there and shared these stories back and forth to each other that we love about Hattie, and then we got to share them with a friend that we love who never got to know her. Can you share something about Hattie that you love that I don't know? You know what I found out? And we all know this. I've just been saying it out loud, I guess, recently. Everybody loves to talk about people that they love. Do you know what I mean? Like, we do. I could tell you stories about Lainey and Davy all day because they're my girls and I love them. And you know what? Hattie is too. And just because she's not here doesn't mean that I don't love her. And I don't want to share about her. All of us have people that we love and things that we love. And giving people an opportunity to share about who they love is so special. So when we operate out of fear of making someone sad, right? I don't want to see these tears, so therefore I'm not going to ask this question, right? We're actually robbing people a chance to share about who they love. So give people a chance, right? What do you love about this person? What do I not know? Tell me a cool story. And so asking those questions, I think, is really special. But then sharing your own stories. We had, after the storm, there are people that would come and tell us things about Hattie that, I mean, she was 4.5, so it's not like she was out on the road, like doing her own thing, you know? But there are interactions that happen with her that we weren't there for, you know? And so people were sharing, they would just come in and tell us things, you know, that we didn't know. But I'll never forget it's actually this story we found out, we heard it in the funeral service. The Hattie's Bible class teacher didn't tell us this. I don't know if she just couldn't or, you know, whatever. So she told the preacher that preached the funeral. She told him this story, and he shared it in the funeral. But she would come in to Bible class, and every Bible class, Cindy was the Bible class teacher's name. She would ask all the kids how they got to church. You know, how'd you get to church? And these kids they would just make stuff up, you know, like I came in a hot air balloon or whatever, you know. And Macy and I, but we never knew this. But every Bible class, Cindy would say, how'd you get to church? And they'd go through the list, and they'd get to Hattie, and she would say, on my daddy's shoulders. That wasn't true, right? What a gift that story has been to me. And I never knew it. And so sharing stories with people is so incredibly impactful. Letting people in on, hey, I love them too, and let me tell you about this. I mean, how wonderful for me to know that story about the person that I love. And I would never know if she never told me that story, right? And so, practically, to share stories with people is so wonderful. So wonderful. And you can really bless those who are really hurting when you do that. You don't have to be scared that you're going to make them sad. They're already sad. You don't have to be scared that you're going to make them remember what they've lost. They haven't forgotten. Give them a chance to share, but share your own. Share your own. The one thing I would say that's not on this list, and I wish it was, but once again, that's on Colton, is one of the things that we have found helpful in our life, and this is not prescriptive, right? So, like, hear me say, like, you don't have to do any of this. I mean, I would suggest that it's helpful. But one of the things that has been really beneficial for us as we have walked through grief, and so I'll just offer it up to you as well, is to really have a plan for unique days. And so for us on March the 3rd, we know what we're going to do. Macy and I, and we know what we're going to do on that day. On September the 9th, we know what we're going to do, and the first year walking through those things, we didn't know what we were going to do, right? I mean, you have to learn some of that and figure out what works best for you and your family. But if there's a way to honor and commemorate those who you love on those unique days, I would encourage you to have a plan for that, to know what that looks like for you. It may not be Dollywood for you, right? But for us, that has been a really special way for our family to honor our daughter and do something, that we know that she liked to do. And so we do that. And so it's been special for us. But we already, like I can tell you right now, on September the 9th of 3020, right? If we're still here and Dolly Parton is still here, maybe she might be, then we'll be at Dollywood, And that has just been really meaningful to us. And so if there's one more practical advice I would throw out to you, it is on unique days to have a real plan for how you're going to handle that day. And it's okay to kind of stumble through that for a while, until you figure out what it is and what works for you. That, for us, that has become a day that we have kind of reclaimed. The first year or two, it was a day where we had to play host, like people would want to come over and see us and do all these things, and all of a sudden we're having to be the comforters on those days, And so for us, we've been able to develop a plan that's for us, and we've kind of reclaimed that for our family, and just the four of us go and we do what we want to do, on those 2 days specifically. And so if there are days that are meaningful in your life and the lives of those that you love and that maybe you've lost, I would encourage you to have a plan, to know what you want to do, for that. Okay. What we're going to do right now is it's 1:15. If I'm going to throw this back over here, if I can. If anybody has any questions that you want to throw out there that we can discuss together, we're happy to try to answer some of those, whether it be about grief and loss and some specific things, or whether it's about anything with the feelings. Colton and I are happy to try to answer some of those. If you have questions that you don't want to say out loud, that's okay, and you can come ask us. We'll hang around for a second afterwards. But if you've got questions that might be beneficial for the group, we'd love to try to answer some of those for you. So if we can do that, we'd be happy to.
You said something about pain as a gift. Yeah, you said that pain is a gift, and I know how to deal with physical pain. You put your hand on the burner accidentally, you take it off. Mm-hmm. But how do you deal with emotional pain?
All right, Colton.
You're the guy who's going to live till 3020. Right? What are we talking?
Only if Dolly does.
Yeah. I love skiing, snow skiing, and hit a sweet jump, probably got like 3 feet in the air, and fell, and my thumb pulled back and like touched my wrist. I sprained it, and I put it in a sling from Walgreens. And I just had it in there for like 3 or 4 weeks. And I was at church on a Wednesday night, and a PT who I know really well said, "What are you doing with that on your hand?" I said, "Well, I went through it." He said, "Stop doing that." He was very perplexed. If it's immobile, it will never heal. So I took it off, and he gave me some exercises, and it got better pretty quickly. So I think emotional pain is similar to that. We can wrap it up, put it in a cast, work to never address it, or not talk about it out loud. And we think that will help because we are fragile. We're fragile beings, and there's a lot of fear with our pain. Oftentimes the worst part of pain is the fear of dealing with it. And so one thing that we use to unwrap the cast, so to speak, emotionally, is to find someone who I trust, who I know if I share this pain with, they're not going to shame me, And that's a really important step. Usually we're first able to talk about it to God, share my guilt, share my hurt, what I wish I would have done differently, those things. And then a good next step can be share it with the one person who I feel I can share it. We're made to connect eye to eye and face to face. And that doesn't necessarily strip us of the pain, but sharing a burden, share each other's burdens, and so fulfill the love of Christ. And that means a burden shared is a lighter burden. Still a burden. It's lighter. I wonder if you have another question from that. No? Okay.
In a really practical sense, in my experience, I was talking to people that I love and trust. I mean, Colton was with me, was in the hospital room the day it happened, but sharing with him specifically, I can tell you specific instances where I'm like, am I crazy for feeling this way? Like, I don't know what to do with this. And I would just tell him, because I knew that he's going to affirm, no, I'm not crazy, but also maybe just let me hear it, and so for me, it was sharing and saying things out loud, in the immediate aftermath, I did a lot of writing. I just wrote, and so that was helpful, to just release. You just got to get it. You just got to get it out of you, one way or another. Just saying the things out loud, in some form, have been helpful. Does that make sense?
I think the writing exercise that you had us do earlier, that was very helpful.
Yeah. Great.
Somebody, did you want to speak? No? Okay.
As someone trying to help with someone that's grieving, how do you go about helping with the things that are never going to happen? Like Hattie's next birthday, or, maybe your friend is having their daughter's 5th birthday party. Like, how do you work through that?
Yeah.
Like helping you grieve and still helping you to face that.
Yeah. So right after the storm, we moved in with my in-laws in Mount Juliet, outside of Nashville, and COVID hit. So March the 3rd of 2020, COVID happened somewhere in March, 12th, 13th or whatever, like in that time frame. And so my sister-in-law, my wife's sister, and her husband, they don't have any kids, but they moved in to our in-laws as well. And so all of us lived there together because physically we needed a lot of help, like just to get around and move. and then just to be together, right? And I remember really vividly, they have another, like on his side of the family, they have a niece and a nephew, and their niece is a couple of months difference in Hattie, right? And so the same age, basically. And I remember, for whatever reason, they had, she had FaceTimed them, or they had FaceTimed her or something, while we were all living together. And I just lost it, just to see another girl. I hadn't seen another kid the same age, right? And I remember just having to, I just left the room because it was really, really hard. And I just went and just cried. And so, yeah, I guess I just say that to say it's really hard, to think about what are there's other, in our instance, other kids, there's other people, right? If you lose a spouse and you see somebody else with their spouse, those kinds of things. The most helpful thing for us, if you're walking with somebody, is people that are really intentional with what they say, but also what they do has been really special. And so, what I mean by that is, I remember a couple of weeks after the storm, somebody mailed us a silhouette they had made of Hattie. Just like they had done it, they mailed it to us. They knew that we had no physical picture of her anymore, right? At that time. And so mailing us a silhouette of her, they had thought through it, and they had taken the action to do it, and they just did it, and it was incredibly intentional and incredibly special, and it is on Macy's nightstand to this day. And so I think acknowledging, hey, this is really, we know this is hard. We can't fix it, and so we're going to be really intentional with how we honor you and your loss. And so, for us, it was that silhouette. For others, it can be something different. But I think showing somebody that you have thought through, whatever it is you are doing or saying, is really special for those that are hurting. That's just my perspective on that. Anybody else? Colton's got a lot of good answers, so you better ask him. Okay, I'll go over here.
In certain situations, some people deal with guilt, and then they deal with sadness in a different way. In your situation with losing a loved one, how do you work out those guilts in your mind that it's not hurting you because it happened personally to you? And how does that hurt get better through that guilt?
So the guilt specifically that I experienced was I beat myself up a lot on how I held Hattie during that storm, right? So I scooped her up like this, so she's laying across my body. Does that make sense? And I thought a million times, if I'd have flipped her and tucked her, would something have been different? I think what would have really destroyed me from the inside out would have been to never say that out loud. To hold on to that thought, and just beat myself up to the point where it's my fault. And I'm not gonna tell you why I think this. I'm not gonna tell you why I feel this. I'm just gonna feel it. And then all of a sudden, in charge, of this event. And if I don't tell Macy, I feel this way. If I don't tell people that love me, I feel this way. If I don't, then I'm spiraling to this toxic shame where all of a sudden it's all about me. This had nothing to do with you, Mace. This was me. I held her. I did this. Now, I'm not going to tell you any of that. I'm just going to feel it inside but not say it out loud. So I think for the guilt specifically, what has helped me the most in the past 5 years is just admitting, hey, this is kind of where I'm at, or where I was at, is I felt this way. I thought this. I need to tell you, and of course, with something like that, everybody's going to say, well, Matt, it's not your fault. You couldn't have, there's no, and I know that, right? I get it. But it's been helpful for me to say it, I don't want to imagine. I can imagine. I don't want to imagine what I would be like now if I never said it out loud. The toll that would take. I'd be divorced. Like 100% chance. If I take the guilt of that and never share it. So saying it out loud. Yeah. Was it over here? I think. Yeah.
I was wondering if you had any tips for staying in touch with your body, not dissociating if you're, trying to process something difficult.
Got that?
Yeah. Dissociating means I'm not associated with myself in this moment. That's just, you pull the word apart. Like, I'm here with y'all right now. We're performing. We're giving our all up here. But I'm performing with my heart, meaning I don't go home and perform like this. But if you went home with me, you'd still recognize me. This isn't a show, but I am doing something different than what I do at home. So I'm not dissociated. I'm associated with what we're doing here today. Does that make yeah? And so feelings can become confusing and overwhelming to the point where we dissociate, which means we exit the room within ourselves, within our makeup, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. And that's okay. It's okay that happens. It happens to all of us. I go home and dissociate. I watch a ball game. That's pretty dissociative. I'm like, oh. That's okay. But when we're talking about pain, an important part of healing is associating with the pain and staying in it. And Matt, I just know that he couldn't have done this a year after the loss, or 2 years, or 3 years, maybe not 4 years, I don't know. But he's learned to associate with this pain over and over and over to the point where he can talk about it now publicly. But that's his gift too. Obviously. So it's not about talking about it publicly as much as it is about continuing to talk about it with the people who care about me. And so that's an association that happens over time, especially if we have difficult childhoods, because the feelings that we did feel in childhood were not honored and valued. Our makeup was not honored and valued as beings of God, or God within us. We were overwhelming to our parents. We were problems to our parents. We didn't measure up to our parents, whatever it was. So some of us in this room already have the makeup or the template of being overwhelmed by the next tragedy of life. So here's the most problematic part of grief, is that when I enter a cycle of grief I've got to go back and grieve a lot more stuff other than just what's in front of me or the most current loss. So, a lot of times when we enter grief, we grieve what we never had, or what we wish we would have had from the beginning but never had. Things like that come up for us as well. If you have problems with your kids, your grown children, there's a lot of grief that is about the child, but also like about your childhood. It just all comes together. And so dissociation is actually an important tool that we can rest from our feelings and take a break from them so that then we can associate with ourselves again in the loss. And if you're into like reading about the psychological world, a lot of times dissociation is talked about only negatively. I think that's ridiculous. But it's this rhythm or give and take of dissociating and associating back. And the more I do that, the better I get at associating with myself in pain, not leaving myself behind. You know, love your neighbor as, yeah. And for a lot of us, that's a problem. Like, we don't love our neighbors very well because we don't love ourselves. And grief is, I think, maybe always an invitation to reclaim ourself, what God delights in and cherishes that we had to leave behind. So it's a great question. Thank you.
Matt, you talked about in trying to help others who are going through great grief, being careful and analyzing, do I have a relationship with this person? It takes you down a different path in what you might say or try to do. Can you address how we can try to help those that we don't have because I mean, oftentimes there's grief all around us, and only a few of those people may we have a close relationship with. So often we find ourselves wanting to do something to help and not doing the right thing, doing nothing, which doesn't seem like the right thing. How can we try to deal with that situation rather than saying, well, I don't know the person very well, so I'm not going to do anything, trying to kind of bridge that gap?
So I think one of the best ways to help people that you don't have a relationship, I mean, this is really anybody partly, but especially if you don't have a relationship with them, I think there's a temptation to fix the problem, right? So this is an issue, this is broken, let me come and fix it. And so we do that with things that we say or whatever. I think for people that we don't know, what we do with our foundation, because we get families in every single day that lose a child, and we don't know these families. They're from all over, whatever. The first step that we take is just to acknowledge the loss. Hey, I know that's really hard. And to also establish our presence. We're here, And so if I don't know you, if I acknowledge the loss and I establish my presence, this is where I am, that's, and not having to not offering, we're going to fix this, because we can't. I think that's really helpful. Where we run in, on the other end for us, where I ran into people that said things to us or did things for us, it was in an effort to fix what can't be fixed, And so we're going to say this or say that to offer solutions or fixes. Well, you can't, And so just acknowledging loss, establishing presence, I think that's a good way to start. The person who I said sent us the silhouette earlier, that person now is a really good friend of Macy's. She's on our board of directors with the nonprofit, and we had never spoken to her when we got the silhouette. And so we didn't know her, but she did that for us. It established, I'm acknowledging your loss. This is where I am, and that has blossomed into a beautiful relationship, and she's been a really steadying presence in our life and especially my wife's. So. That help? Yeah.
I would add just asking the question, what do you need? Or what would you like? What do you need from me? And a lot of times the answer is, I don't know.
Yeah.
But even if the answer is, I don't know, it's almost an open door for an attempt. And a missed attempt, I think, is okay if you're working towards what they're needing, because you can repair and keep going. But I just love the question of, what do you know what you need? I know this is overwhelming. I'm sure it is. Do you know what you need from me, or can I help you? It's, simple.
Colton.
Oh, yeah.
You had said earlier, that if you didn't talk about the situation, that you and your wife would have probably ended up in divorce. And you see a lot of families that are sacrifice their marriage because of something bad like this happening. And you said that you have to talk to the person. Sometimes I don't think people realize that it can be a stranger that you talk to that could help you out, because you don't have any personal feelings toward that person, and that you can take wisdom from them. But there's some people that end up in like depression, and things like that because of this type of thing happening. So how would you go about getting that type of help?
Yeah. So a couple of thoughts on that. Macy cannot meet all of my needs, right? Like, she's my wife. I love her dearly. But it's not her responsibility to carry me fully. And so I need other people. For me, it's I need other men, right? Outside of my home that I can share and rely on and get feedback from, right? And so for me to just carry all of the burden of my life and hand it to Mace when I get home is not fair to her or to our relationship. And so in some ways I would encourage, whatever the burden or loss or grief is, it's not just meant for you and your spouse. Men need to be with men, women need to be with women, and then come back home, right? And also, Macy and I grieve very differently. And that was something that we had to learn, because we really didn't know. Like before we lost Hattie, I had lost grandparents that I was pretty distant from in terms of miles and relationship. And so some of that, but I had never really grieved a loss like that before, right? And so we discovered that we are different in how we grieve. And something that was helpful to our relationship was, I'm not going to make you grieve like I am, and you're not going to make me grieve like you are, right? And so just like practically, if one of us wants to, sit and watch videos of Hattie just to hear her voice again, but the other one can't do it right now, it's not, hey, come, like, let me show you this video from a birthday party. That's not going to be helpful. And so allowing each other to grieve how we needed to grieve without putting expectation on somebody else to do it the way that we do it was something that was helpful for us. And on top of that, we went to professional counseling, and so we didn't go to Colton because we know him, right? And so it was, okay, let's find somebody that Macy and I both can connect with, that can help us, that can ask us questions that we wouldn't maybe normally talk about out loud to each other, not because we're hiding anything, just because we don't think to talk about it, right? So that we can create conversation in this space. And so seeing somebody on a professional level was really helpful, you know. So I guess that's a couple of things, you know, that I would say about that. Does that help? Makes sense?
Going once. Great.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for allowing us to be here with you. Hope that it's been beneficial. If you have something else, then you know, we'll hang out here for a second, and feel free to, you know, come talk to us. Like I said, we really appreciate the opportunity. This is really important. Your ability to grieve and grieve well is really, you're going to grieve. So it's just how are you going to do it, right? And so thanks for letting us share a little bit about that. You got anything?
No, thank you very much. Very meaningful for us, special for us because we've known each other forever, but we really do want to be a resource for you. So thank you for letting us come and share the Saturday morning with us. So thank you.
Yeah. Part.
Really big thanks to Matt and to Colton. And in case you don't get to speak to them personally, I think it would be very appropriate if you would like to thank them with applause for their being here today. And we really, really do appreciate it. Let me thank each of you for coming and those that have joined us online. We certainly hope this will be helpful. Will hopefully spur us to reach out more to each other so that we're talking. That's one theme that we certainly see from today is developing relationship and talking is so important. God's given us that, and we need to use it more. And so we just appreciate you guys so much of what you're doing, and particularly today. And thanks for taking time from your families and coming to Lexington. I don't know if you've been to Lexington before. Is this the first time? First time for Matt. Colton,
I may have been here before. I've made
Yeah.
some new connection. Went to El Salvador with a few people.
Okay,
here.
that's right.
That's not in Lexington.
Yeah, but
I think I've been here before.
with Lexington people, at least with Lexington people.
Yeah.
So, but certainly you've made a connection with us today, and we feel like we have with you. And please remember North Lexington, because we will definitely remember you. We have a 6-pack of L8 that we've given them to take home with them, just in case you get sleepy on the way home. That'll take care of that. A little something to remember Central Kentucky about, but particularly the spiritual connections that we've made with you today. We really much appreciate that, and the material that you shared will stay with us as well. Why don't we have prayer as we close today, and then Matt and Colton said they'll stay a little while if you have a particular question for them, and feel free to stay and visit as much as you want. Let's pray together. Almighty God, we're very thankful for the blessing of this day. In particular, Lord, the blessing of being together to consider your word and your will and your ways, which are so much higher than our ways. And we pray, Lord, that of all we've studied and talked about today, we will come away with many points of emphasis and spiritual growth and help for walking our Christian walk. And one of those being, Lord, that getting to know each other and talking to each other and working together and supporting each other through the difficulties of life is so very important. And we want to thank you, Lord, for Matt Collins and Colton Shannon, and for their presentation today, for their families, for their walk of faith, and for their sharing of this important information with us. We pray for safety as they travel back to their homes today. Lord, we're thankful for each person who has assembled today. And we pray, Lord, your blessings on each one, that we may mature and grow in the faith, that we will grow in our service and our dedication and our trust in you as our Father. And we are so thankful, Lord, to know that you will be with us, and we pray that you will stay with us and that we will stay with each other and be strong, Lord, in the church as we deal with daily life. Lord, we pray for safety for all of us as we travel from this place. We pray you'll bless us through the rest of this day, and if it's your will, give us a special day tomorrow on the first day of the week to gather and worship you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you all.